One sec up.
Good afternoon and welcome to Sydney Parade, where we have a bonus game today. Pembroke 11 taking on the visitors from Randwick Petersham, a side who are based in Coogee in Sydney in Australia. They're currently undergoing their tour. They have this is a 4-match tour, fourth game of their tour. I believe they lost 1 to rain and they've won 2 of the other 3. Successful tour so far. Ollie Riley opening, great to see him back in black. And his first one goes left on length, flies through to the keeper, and the keeper today, Bruce Whaley. We spoke about at the last first game how Danny Hogan had been the 4th wicketkeeper used by the first 11 so far this year. It's more of an invitational game, but Bruce Whaley taking the gloves, despite the presence of Robin Kelly and of Danny Hogan in the side. Randwick Petersham, one of the big clubs in the Sydney area. If you are watching with us today, and a few of you are, please note that we're not running a live score. We don't have the players on the right database, etc. But we do have the scoreboard in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. This is a 35 overs game. It was down as a half-1 start.
Where?
Whatever.
I said 2 earlier, but directly. Is it 2 the other day?
I didn't know until yesterday. Johnny was asked the question in the Silver Foxes group as to what time the start was, and at that stage Jack Tector provided that information. Left-hander, right-hander combination starting out for all the Australians. I'd love to give you their names, but without the benefit of live scoring, I only have the team sheet. And no numbers on the shirts. I'm going to make commentating a challenge today, but sure, that's why we do it. What we really want is the Sky Sports, the way they follow the Formula 1 cars. With bubbles coming out of them. Oh, that's a super delivery from Riley. Batsman knew he was in trouble there. Played at it. Well, great to see Ollie Riley back in black. He's been missing for most of the season. He appeared in the T20 last Friday over in Rathmines when Pembroke fell to defeat by 90 runs. That's a good start. Andrew Bolton making a quick departure from the pitch in order to put on some spikes. Now, the first 11 for Pembroke this year have usually opened with a spinner and pace. It's been successful for them, it's worked. I was almost going to send you over there with it. Now going off from the media centre now and heading over to set up the straight on camera, not having as much time as he thought he had. Johnny, did you see my bit on Facebook where I clipped from the game on Sunday when your man let go of the bat?
Yeah.
Oh look, it went further than your ball. Donna Kataka now from the nursery end, left arm spin. Bowling to the left-hander. Perhaps they're both left-handers. Just single taken. Oh, there's Sean on screen now. Looking very good, Sean. Oh, that's right, it's Harry St. Ledger. With his brand of left arm spin. Two of them in the side today. Donica Tucker currently fielding in short cover. And the Randy Pete's off the mark. Danny Hogan tight in on the leg side. Big blow down to the clubhouse. All the way, maximum, never got above 7 feet high, just powered away on the leg side. Well, what a start. Flat 6, first one of the innings. Looking to go big again. How are you?
Not great. Concussed.
Concussed? How did you manage that? What is it with the Bell family at the moment?
On Saturday, I thought my head was going to hit the ball.
Yeah.
So I lifted my head up, and then the impact of my chin hit the board with my forehead, and I kept going.
Okay.
And then lost vision for like 3 seconds, and I was fine when I played the rest of the match.
Yeah.
And then I got him to breathe the next morning. I went to the physio, and they were like, "Yeah, you're concussed." I'm like, "Thank you." So I went to the doctor yesterday.
It's not a lot you can do for you. It's just rest and let it pass.
They said if my symptoms ease by Sunday, then I can play next week.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Still getting busy spells though.
As I say, just time and recovery. Score moved on to 10 without loss. In the third over now. Ollie Riley, one of the serious prospects in the Cricket Leinster system at the moment. Another one that has just gone past the edge of the bat. And you can see in the top right of your screen now, Niles got the camera working, and a close-up of the grass. It is, isn't it? Scoreboard bottom right, and a close-up of the grass top right. I suspect bowlers will be limited today to 7 overs. Flashing blade outside off, but it goes through to Whaley again. Looks like Phil Blackley is the square leg umpire, and square leg at both ends. If Noel hadn't turned up, I'd have probably ended up umpiring instead. This one, well, didn't sound great off the bat, but it slides down to third man. Few of the players in the Pembroke club have spent their winters down with the Randy Peats in Sydney. Jack Tector, I know for sure, was there. Dale McDonough. And a few who are appearing in Stormont today. Tim and Harry Tector, Andy Balburney, Barry McCarthy. It's been a most beneficial exchange programme. The Randy Peats run with Cricket Island. Pembroke have benefited. Paul Lawson was out there as well, actually. Well, it's quite an overcast day. There's little flickers of blue and the hope of it getting better later. And this one beats Robin Kelly and flies away to the point boundary. 4 more runs onto the total. These two powerful strikers of the ball. Niall's work will come to an end, or start again now. Bowling from the nursery end. Score now has moved on to 15 without loss after 3. The Harry St Ledger experiment comes to an end after 1 over. And that will bring Paddy Morris on from the nursery end. Jack Tector, the skipper today. Look, Niall's picture getting closer and closer. Never mind. You know it's getting close when Danny Hogan's appearing on screen. And needs zooming in, Niall, I'd have thought. But there you go, it's just me. I'll take whatever Niall provides. Oh, Paddy Morris changing his mind at the last second, coming around the wicket. Almost got into his delivery stride and then decided that he had better things to do. So your mum seems to be getting better. She's moaning about pulling muscles now.
Yep, I heard about that this morning.
Her age profile.
Yep. I think she'll be out Friday.
Really? Is there nobody we can pay to keep her in over the weekend? No?
I love it.
I think St Michael's would be as keen to get rid of her. Yeah.
Twice in her life now. Once in 1975, now in 2021.
The place I was born was knocked down. They broke the mould of solid gold. Oh, that's got to be worth a shout. Trying to whip it away on the leg side. It got onto the pads a bit quicker than he expected. I wonder if there's anybody on the live chat who knows. Adam Chester. Ben Mitchell. So many thanks to Adam Chester for providing that. Ben Mitchell. Who's he opening with? Another one thudding into the pads. This one bringing less enthusiastic appeals on the basis of it was going down leg even from here, looking live. Even with this angle, you could see that that wasn't going anywhere. Ah, sorry. Would you like to see if the two gentlemen would like one as well? Well, put your phone up there. There you go. I was busy in the kitchen this morning, Johnny. Decent over this from Paddy Morris. Well, if this is Ben Mitchell, he seems determined to be positive, to score runs. Far too full for Morris. Low full toss is carved away on the offside. Two fielders after it. Andrew Bolton is the one who fetches. And then there's a great arm back to Whaley with the gloves. And at the end of the fourth over, the score moving on to 21 without loss. Steady start for the Randy Peets. Three bowlers we've seen so far. Ollie Riley, Harry St Ledger, and that was the first over then from Paddy Morris at the nursery end. Joe Prendergast on the ground now. Great to see him down. Doubles, well, adds a further 20% to the crowd. Wednesday night, junior nets. There'll be a few of them around later on, I suspect. Sixes recording another fabulous victory. 3 out of 3 for the Sixes now. No news on the live chat as to who the other batsman may be. Remember, if you are a subscriber, you can drop us a message on the live chat, just as Adam Chester did earlier on, and thanks very much for that, Adam. Great help. Oh, another one. Batsman off balance again. I've spoken about balance earlier this season and what a difference it makes. Well, I see Simon Heaney is working from home today. He's just left the window. And there we go. There's the camera angle we know and love, and gives a good view of how well Ollie Riley is bowling at the moment. These are good. They're just bite-sized. Go well with your coffee. Bake well. Are you not an almond fan? For those of you watching in black and white, Noel just shook his head. Not first choice.
Sure, would say as soon as Ollie changes, they're going to move that side screen anyway, so I'll fix it then. Maybe.
And maybe if they get rid of the 2 left-handers. I was watching the test match yesterday, and what amazed me was, we'll wait until Ollie Riley finishes this delivery, clipped away, straying onto the pads this time. They'll look for 2, and they will decide against it. I was amazed at the height that their stump-to-stump camera, like the view you have in front of you now. But Sky, I mean, obviously they're at test grounds, and the buildings are higher, and the cameras can be set up higher. Flags of both clubs flying proudly. Only up. Great to hear that Kate's with us. Kate Hurley, founding member of the NSFC, watching down in Sydney. So, her City colleagues playing Pembroke here. As long as all the brakes are on.
That's a whole other ball.
22 without loss after 5. Good over that for Ollie Riley, his 3rd.
Yeah, you will.
Paddy Morris into his 2nd over now from the nursery end. Himself and skipper Jack Tector.
Oh, yeah. I need to stop up there.
Now we may finally get an answer here. Gentlemen, who is opening the batting? Ben Marshall, Mitchell, and the guy facing at the moment is...
Yeah, he's facing back to me, so I can't even put him on screen.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good. Do you want to? Yeah. Well, you might as well do it. Everyone might as well hear the answers as well as you. Sorry, I'm Craig.
John, nice to meet you.
Hey, John. Are you John Stewart?
I am.
When you flick up the mic, and then you're on air. Just joined in the commentary box now. John Stewart from the Randwick Petersham Club. So this is the 25th anniversary tour,
Yeah, it certainly is.
and you're on to game 4 now.
Yeah, game 4 first in Ireland. We've had 3 up in Lancashire. Flew in yesterday afternoon, so happy to be here.
Great.
Really happy to be here.
I've visited your ground down in Coogee. My 2 daughters live on the top of the hill.
But up at the north end,
Uh,
street, or as you look at
yeah,
the beach at the left. Or,
If you're looking at the beach at the left, and up the big hill at the end, and yeah, had a lovely morning watching. I think it was your thirds playing, and then nipped over to McDonald's for a McFlurry as well. So yeah, very handy and well set up there.
certainly is. One from a sponsor.
Yeah, I'd say they are one of your sponsors, I presume.
For Premier Cricket.
Okay.
Entire competition.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Now, the 2 batsmen. Who's just got up to the non-strikers end?
That's Ben Mitchell. So he's,
No, isn't Ben Mitchell the one facing now?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the far end, sorry. That's Blake Wayne.
Blake Weymouth. Yeah, normally when I do this, we have live scoring, and the players' names all come up, and it makes it so much easier. But
Cheating.
yes, it is cheating, but it's using the technology that's there. Nice bit of fielding in the ring. So, the clubs you played so far, firstly, This is your fourth game,
Fourth game.
and you've won 2 and lost 1.
That's right.
See, I do my research as well.
You're all over it.
I was talking with Ian earlier. He was first down today, like any good scorer should be. And he was sort of telling me how it's going, and I asked him how tired the lads were, if you were enjoying the hospitality.
I don't know if they're tired from the flights or anything like that. I think it's definitely hospitality.
Yeah, well, 50-minute flight shouldn't really take that much. When you've done the big flight from Australia, 50 minutes from Lancashire is nothing.
Exactly. No, but yeah, 3 excellent games up in Lancashire. The 3 clubs we played at Littleborough, Haslington and Fleetwood. 3 clubs where our club president, Mike Whitney,
Yeah.
played over the 80s and 90s. So that's the main reason we're on there.
And of course, I was talking earlier about the strong connection between Cricket Island and Randy Peets, and certainly with Pembroke, where you've got sort of Jack, Paul Lawson, Dale McDonough. I listed off about 7 or 8 of our guys who have spent time.
Andrew
Yep.
Valverde.
Yep.
Yeah, all 3 sectors. Dale, you mentioned him. He didn't just play, but he was our groundsman as well.
Yeah. Well, that's his company. He does about 5 different grounds here in Dublin.
He always did a brilliant job.
Yeah.
Training wickets, Coogee Oval, State Park, Kensington.
Yep.
They were in first class condition.
No, he does a great job. We're forever singing his praises here. The other thing that's good about Dale and various other groundsmen that I've come across in my long career is he actually wants you to play cricket on his square, where you have some that become so precious about combing the grass that they don't want you stepping on it, let alone playing on it. So, no, delighted with Dale and the work he does.
So I think that's a lesson that he took out of playing with us. At Coogee Oval, we're right on the waterfront there, or
Yeah.
Coogee Beach, and the sand base, you always get games.
Oh, watch out. You have to do your hair now.
Which one bought the Nash?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's me.
He's been here.
Well, we've been chatting anyway, so...
Yeah. You might have just about Yeah.
oh, I guess we got to.
We'll start again now. So, game 4 of your tour. And so when did you first fly over to the UK?
So we came in about a week ago.
Okay.
So some of us got in on Saturday. The tour started on the Sunday. So we were in Rochdale and 3 games up in Lancashire. So we had Littleborough, then Fleetwood, and then Haslington. And the reason we were up in Lancashire was those 3 clubs. Our club president, Mike Whitney, he pro'd at all 3 between 81 and 90. So it was a bit of a homecoming, but unfortunately Mike's not on the tour. He's had a few medical dramas, and I'm sure he's at home watching this match at the moment. I know it's pretty late in Sydney, but I'm sure he's trying to grab the first few overs.
Yep. They certainly saw a couple of his video messages that he put down about the tour and about the links with Cricket Island, etc. As you may have gathered, I follow on Facebook, etc., on social media. Oh, that's a cracking bit of fielding. Dale McDonough throwing himself around in the ring, preventing the boundary. Yeah. Sorry, we couldn't give you better weather today. But hey, it's not raining, and that's the important thing as far as we're concerned in Ireland.
No, that's a bonus. But I guess we've come over here.
Oh!
Look, we've come over here on tour. 24-hour plus flights. We want to experience typical Irish cricket. So I think this is perfect apart from the weather, or apart from the rain.
I was going to say, yeah, leave the rain behind. Harry St Ledger now on at St John's End. He had the second over from the nursery end. Swapped ends now. Take skipper today in the absence of club captain Paul Lawson. And the score now 34 without loss after 7. Steady enough start for your lads.
Yeah, it's a good start. I think Benny's got plenty of experience. I think this is his second season out here with Leinster.
Yep.
And Blake, like Ben, both have played first grade for us, and got some experience behind them.
Hmm?
Ask it. You have your own control.
We get some guys who love hearing themselves and other guys turn it right down. So how did the summer go for your teams this year?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad a season. We came 9th in the club championship. First grade, over the last 6 seasons have won 1 premiership per year, so 6 consecutive, which is excellent. A couple of T20s, Belvedere, and 2, the Belvedere is our 2-day comp,
Okay.
red ball cricket, and 2 one-day titles as well. So, yeah, very, very happy with that. We've had a few teams in finals, and a few have just missed out on finals cricket as well, by a few points.
Tall gear looks well, I have to say. Nice stuff.
Yeah, well, with O'Neill's, we're very happy to use them, and we've had them probably close on 10 years now.
Brilliant.
Mm.
That's brilliant. As I say, nice stuff.
Thank you.
Game just, well, we're through those first opening overs, I suppose. 35 over game. We must be through the power play now. Great effort. I think that's Blake McDonald. Blake will be leaving us in August and heading back. He's signed a contract with Cricket Victoria.
Yeah, he's a former player in Sydney with St George. Very strong club over there. Very good cricketer as well.
We have Blake this year, and the previous 2 years we had a guy called Nick Stapleton, who's St George's.
No, he was originally one of ours, so for quite a while.
Well, that's a very nice casual 6. Blake Weymouth just turning on that and lifting it over to Cyril's way. You'll see the replay now. You just can't bowl that short. Weymouth turning on that very quickly and getting it away. So another game in Ireland?
Yeah, we're playing Friday at Clontarf against the MCC.
Excellent. So this will be a good warm-up for that then.
No, certainly. It looks like they're putting out a very strong side against us, and fortunately we've got Jack Tector playing for us against them.
Paddy Morris putting a bit extra into that, bending his back. So what's the mood in Australia like? The Lions are out there now. They're over in Perth at the moment.
Yeah, I think everyone's looking forward to that series. I'm not really a big rugby follower at the moment, but yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of excitement, particularly around for us in Coogee. In the winter, Randwick Rugby is a huge club in Australian rugby, so I think there are a couple of Wallabies from there who are in the series. So
brilliant. Phil Waugh, I think, was one of theirs as well, and he's now a CEO of Rugby Australia.
No, I think he was at Sydney Uni.
Oh, okay.
From memory. But yeah, Randwick Rugby. The Ella brothers, Campese, Gregan, Phil Kearns. Yeah, there's quite a number.
I'm old enough to remember when the Ella Tour came over and did the Grand Slam back in '84. My goodness, how inspiring they were. They actually trained on this pitch here.
Oh, just at the back.
Well, no, there's a rugby pitch runs down that side, and because of the cricket, the rugby pitch is one of the better covered ones. When they take over at the start of the rugby season, they end up with a cricket outfield to play on.
Yeah.
Back in '84, Australia came down here and trained.
And you went to the game at Lansdowne Road?
I did, yeah, sneaking into the schoolboy end and all that sort of thing.
It was a huge game there. Was it last week or last weekend?
Yeah, last Friday. Oh, it was amazing. I was at that one as well. Luckily enough, I had tickets for it.
I knew you'd get on comms, JS.
Just talking you up, mate.
See, he comes through on the ground mics anyway, so whatever he says. Attempting to toss that one up even further, just turned it into a full toss, and despite the best efforts of the fielder, well, I think they're happy enough with 2 there.
So was that strategic field placement for Jack being in front of the ground mic?
Yeah, he's the captain, he gets to go wherever he wants. But yeah, it was the wrong result for Lions supporters, and they haven't lost a pre-tour game since 71.
Well, hopefully that's a good omen for us with the series over in Australia. But
well,
yeah, it looks like a strong side.
71 was the first tour, or the only tour of Lions to win the series in New Zealand. So who knows what the omen is? We'll wait and see. But yeah, I'm heading over myself in a couple of weeks' time, doing the 3 tests, and as I say, my 2 daughters also live in Coogee.
Well, I think half of Ireland's over there at the moment, or in Coogee, Maroubra.
Yeah. Yeah. As I say, a lot of places refer to it as County Coogee.
Certainly.
A lot of GAA shirts around the place. 50 up now for Randwick Petersham.
Thank you. Spot it well. In a natural.
And what sort of size squad have you brought over for this? I mean, it's not just the 11 players and a scorer and an umpire.
Well, we've only brought 7 players across in the touring party, and the touring party's around 21, but we've got 11 players over in the Northern Hemisphere this winter. So we're drawing them in from Scotland, the Netherlands, here in Ireland, and north and south of England.
Isn't that brilliant, though, that, you know, you can hook up with your home club while you're spending the winter away?
Yeah, it's a pretty unique experience. You know, firstly, a 25th anniversary tour.
Yep.
You know, they don't come around all the time, of course, and yeah, it just worked out brilliantly that we've got those 11 players here and a couple of, you know, very experienced first graders as well. So Eknor, I think he's coming in at 3, and he's had quite a good season with Phoenix already. And as I said before, Benny Mitchell, who's with Leinster.
It's a great chance for them to hook up and sort of cure any homesickness they've had so far.
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing is we've had a few players over here that we've brought into the first 3 games who are English players who have spent a winter or more than one winter with us in Sydney Premier Cricket.
And as you say, for instance, Jack Tector's playing for you
on Friday,
on Friday.
Against the MCC.
Yep.
Exactly.
Another compatriot of yours did the fielding there, Andrew Bolton, 18-year-old. Don't know too much about him, to be honest. Don't know where he's from.
Yeah, I think he plays for Manly back in Sydney, but I'm not.
It's at the end of a
certain.
long ferry, as far as I remember.
It is. It's even longer if you drive and you get stuck on the Spit Bridge, but yeah, they're a very, very strong club as well in Premier Cricket.
Looks like the nets will be operating soon. Claire Shillington and the academy are down today.
This is a superb ground. Absolutely beautiful.
It's. I find it absolutely unbelievable that we are a mile, 2 miles away from the middle of a European capital city, and yet it's quiet. There's a bit of road noise there today, just the way the wind is blowing. But by and large, it's just a little haven. There are the 2 flags. Gives you an idea of the wind direction, if nothing else. It's in the air, and it's put down. Ben Marshall survives It was dropping at the feet of Dale McDonough.
Whoever dropped it might have got away with murder. So zoomed too fast.
See what Niall's camera work is like now. He was showing us the camera, the flags, and he zoomed in the wrong place. Dale McDonough's blushes spared. And by way of redemption, he stops the next one. It's the end of the over. 10 gone then. Score 53 without loss. Both batsmen going along quite nicely. They'll be happy enough. 23, 28.
Oh, certainly.
But yeah, the club's been going since 1868. I think they came out to this ground in the 20s. So sort of 100 years ago. And yeah, it's hard to believe there's a rugby club here as well.
No, it's like I said, it's a beautiful setting, and you know, like you said, it's not too far from the centre of Dublin. But you've got railway, is that right, just across the road?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, YM was not too far away either, and unfortunately they're folded.
Yeah, COVID had a lot to do with that, I feel. The YMCA headquarters obviously lost a huge amount of income during COVID, and then they were looking to see where can we make money, and they had this ground out here in Sandymount, and I think in the end Lansdowne Rugby Club bought it for $7 million. Hard to turn that sort of money down, but it did leave YMCA without a home.
Right bowling, eh?
And a very old club and proud club.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
The Tector boys were there, and they won the Premiership in their final year as YMCA.
Yeah, one of our first graders, Ash Burton, who's playing today, he was in that side.
Yeah, no, it's good. Big weekend this weekend.
That's what, 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, 3 years ago now, I think, 2-3 years ago. This is the, yeah, it would have been 3 years ago because
Always looks worse than the rest.
Jack, Harry and Tim certainly, and Corey Flanagan and a number of other players came across, and this is their second full season with us.
Yeah.
Harry and Tim playing instalment today. There's interprovincial games going on, and Andy and Barry are up there as well.
Yeah, we've been following with interest because, you know, through the partnership that we have with Cricket Island, yeah, those boys, and also Steve Dockeny, John McNally.
Well, Stephen Doheny last week at a interprovincial T20 scored 155 for the Northwest Warriors.
Only about 50 balls, it's pretty good going in a T20.
He was racing along, he was. Fine batsman, fine player. Andy Balburney got 44 today as the Northwest Warriors fell to the Leinster Lightning. It's not quite the IPL, but it does provide some great cricket.
Certainly, and yeah, there's some great players in that.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with them in the next few days once they come back before we depart. It'll be good to see them all.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be there on Friday over in Clontarf.
Well, I think Balbo's playing, and I think Peter Chase as well, so it'll be good to catch up with those lads, and well, anyone's there to spectate as well.
Yeah, it could be a busy time for Pembroke people in Clontarf, as well as that game on Friday. Pembroke first 11 and Clontarf first 11 clash on Saturday in the league, and then on Sunday in the All-Ireland Cup. So a big weekend ahead, and an awful lot of it's going to involve Clontarf. One of the points that is of discussion in Pembroke at the moment is if the lads are, all the lads representative cricket are available, who do you leave out? We're absolutely blessed at the moment with the amount of really good players, and it's just going to make selection a bit of a headache, I feel, going forward.
Well, that's not a bad problem to have, but I guess for the younger guys in the club, it lifts them and gives them, you know, an insight into what it is to be a professional cricketer.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, you'd know the same from your own club, but when one of your internationals turns up at the ground or plays for the club and you see the young kids, they might only be in the nets practicing their own stuff or whatever, but they're still taking it in, and the fact that there's this professional out there that they admire, or, you know, one of their heroes, and they get to see them playing in your own club is just amazing, really.
Oh, certainly.
We'll just fade the train out of the background. Well, that one's gone a long way. Well, another one disappears over the fence. That fence needs to be higher.
Yeah, we've got the same problem with Coogee.
Yeah, you do. You do. Mind you, your problem is more the roads and the parked cars and such like, isn't it? Than, I mean, it's a good hit to clear the fence, but an even better one to clear the roads as well, either side of the ground.
That's always a problem every year. Plenty of cars get hit down at Coogee, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like people move into houses around this ground and then start sending letters about, well, hang on, you moved in here. Be thankful it's not a golf club.
Exactly.
Good, how are you? Well, we said nets would be starting soon, and they are. It'll be Isabel Jennings opening up in the net. And meanwhile, back on the pitch. The field well spread now for the off spin. Lifted down towards the clubhouse and has enough on it to scatter the players waiting to bat and to clear the fielder waiting to field. 6 off the last ball of the over, and after 12 then the score has moved on to 74. Things going along very nicely indeed. Yep, just got a few of your guys to move a bit quickly. There we go.
It's not good. They could have gone and caught it.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course the pebble dashing on the front of the clubhouse never does any good to the ball. That's probably what the umpire's checking now. Or he's checking the spelling of the bowler's name. Donica Tucker coming on at the St John's end. More left arm spin. Pembroke having picked 2 left arm spinners. They're faced with 2 left-handed openers. First ball then from around the wicket. Just played down the wicket, picks up the single. Neither batsman has looked in particular trouble. There's been the occasional loose shot. Dale McDonough spinning one earlier on. This one straight down the ground. Jack Tector caught between wanting to catch it and wanting to stay out the way of it, I think.
Would have been a great catch if he took it.
Prevented the boundary anyway.
Yeah, great bit of fielding.
Yeah, he's good in the field, is Jack. He usually fields up and down the railway line, sealing that off. And this one will be far easier for him. Pick it up at the 30-yard circle. So when does the season start for yourselves back home?
Pre-season starts 5th of July, and first round of the season is the 3rd Saturday in September.
Okay.
But first grade will start the week earlier. So the T20s are played at the start of the season, and then everyone else starts off with I think it's going to be a 2-dayer to start off the season this year, or this season coming.
I've always thought that the way, because of seasons in hemispheres and such, like your season's sort of like the 25-26 season, whereas ours is just the 25 season. I just like the way it runs off the tongue. It makes it sound much longer season as well.
Yeah, well, it's a 16-round season. I think it's about 23 weeks all up.
And there we go, the first wicket. Ben Marshall lifting Tucker into the leg side, and a handy enough catch taken. And that is the first wicket to fall. Score on 79. Donica Tucker picking up the first wicket, but a super opening stand. And a stand of 79. First one down. It was almost subdued.
Yeah, quite a straightforward catch there.
Just popped around the corner. Catch taken above the head. And that is the end of Ben Mitchell.
This is Eknor Singh coming in. So throwing over at Phoenix.
It's brilliant that so many guys, and for Ireland it's a new thing. It's only the last decade or so that there's now a pathway to becoming a professional and going abroad and working your off season, and it's been brilliant to see the expansion of cricket and what opportunities it's giving to people.
Yeah, we're proud that we can play a part, having the guys come out to us for a season. And that's 10 years this year that it all started. Well, since it started, sorry.
I think it's been a brilliant partnership, as I say, hugely beneficial to the players themselves. Well, that one, the sound of branches and leaves disappearing. 6 runs. Well, I don't think anyone's fetching that one back. It's usually a box of balls left with the scorers. It's one of the unfortunate things about this ground is it is a little on the small side for the big hitters, playing on pitch 2 today. And that means that the garden's, well within reach of these batsmen, that's for sure. Afternoon, Mr. Arnott. I've got my cushion. Stops me getting splinters.
No, you're not sharing.
Oh no, sorry about that.
No dramas, mate.
Oh, dragging a few more people onto the leg side now for Blake McDonald. Everyone's settling down again. Singh takes guard, prepared to face his first delivery. I think he's going to send somebody else out to the boundary now. He's seen the intent. Bloke doesn't often get the opportunity to turn his arm over.
How's he been going this season?
Do you know, you can see he's a fine player. He hasn't had the big scores that he'd want. He's sort of 3 in the 40s, and then recently he had a run of teenage scores. And look, he's a fine player, and we're extremely fortunate at the moment to have batsmen to play around him. Slower ball, just, well, almost bunny hopped its way down the crease. It was that slow. Weymouth decided not to take it on. Nothing worse than getting bowled by something like that. Anyway, it's another over gone now. 14 gone, 79 on the board. I think Jack would be the same as all of us here, being here at Sydney Parade today. Certainly beats sitting at your desk. You're going to escape for a while, are you?
I'll stay for a bit.
I know.
All good.
It's all good here.
How many left, Jack?
This is the last one. Then we'll have to move to white.
Fair enough.
Well, pro or no pro, you don't bowl there. The batsman coming in at number 3. Free shot, free hit, free 4. You can totally ignore the Duckworth-Lewis figure on your screen at the moment of 792. I think that's down more to scoreboard operation than anything else.
What?
Simon Heaney still operating on a work-from-home basis. His bosses at Zurich will be delighted to see the picture of him up at his bedroom window at the moment and watching.
So he's your Pembroke scorer, is that right?
No, he's more a mascot than anything else.
Oh.
Simon used to play cricket years ago. He gave it up. Oh, it's a bit too short. Pulled around the corner. You'd almost think that Donica Tucker had set a field for when he does bowl one too short. Straight to the fielder. Seeing this time just out on the offside. Examining his bat like he thought he may have cracked it.
Humid.
Discussion between Jack Tector and Noel Walsh as to the various temperatures. Jack forgetting that he's the one wearing a jumper running around the field. And we're the ones sat here in the shade, even if the sun did come out. Often at tea breaks or whatever, I'm walking back up to the pavilion and I'm there with a coat on and everything, and they're all sitting there in their t-shirts and shorts. It's not the warmest at the best of times.
Oh, but it's pleasant today.
It's a nice day today. Another full toss.
Oh, well fielded.
That's one thing about Dale is he will throw himself around the ground for any bowler.
No, he's brilliant those 2 seasons he played with us, especially with the young guys, the way he lifted them, just through, you know, the mentoring that he did, and him in the field as well.
Yeah.
Him and Paul for us are a good combination.
Paul's the club captain this year, but no, Dale is always, you notice it, especially sitting down here in commentary, it's the one voice you hear in the background the whole time, and it doesn't matter if things are going well or perhaps not so well, he's still there encouraging, and he certainly is someone that does lift aside.
Yeah, he certainly lifted it for us as well with his, opening the batting for us. And then with the ball, bowled quite a few overs. Did quite well.
Blake putting his hand out briefly for that one. It's almost a reflex he fought against. Dragged his hand back in. Randwick Petersham now on the brink of first 100. Right hand, left hand combination. Keeps the field moving. Still plenty of chatter in the Pembroke field. And now giving away the free runs on the leg side, but looking to encourage the big shot. He got there quickly, Andy Bolton, but he sort of sounded like an asthmatic ant doing it. You could hear him panting in the background, sucking in the oxygen.
But he did hold him to one. That's the big thing.
Well, that was the important thing. Umpire unmoved. Blake not yet to get from his knees, still pleading with the umpire, but over has been called and not out the decision. Here it is again, you be the judge. Hard for us to tell from here, too much between bat and ball. Sooner we get stump cam in, the better.
Certainly.
I made inquiries about Zing stumps, and my goodness, they're not cheap, that's for sure. But I'm now on a mailing list for them, so on a daily basis they're saying, why aren't you buying them? Because they're so expensive. Also, I'm not sure I'll get them back in my luggage. 100 up then in the 17th over.
Effort sake. That was too small.
But it would be nice if you did have the zing stumps.
It would, wouldn't it? It would.
Just make the whole setup.
I have the bails, but what we find with the bails is, because obviously we don't play nighttime cricket, is sometimes it's just too bright that the camera can't pick up the flashing bails. But it'd be nice to get some of those innovations in. It's all right for Stan Sports and Sky, you have loads of money. Wow, full toss and dealt with very quickly and very nicely by Singh. Puts it away. 6 into the gardens.
So going white balls now.
Jack's now heading off to the white ball factory, I think. Could be a few in there that he's going to have to use. I still think that the thing the club should do is put flyers into all these houses offering a bounty on any cricket balls.
So you don't get them back?
Rarely.
Really?
Rarely. You can see one guy's put up this artificial hedge on the inside to stop people looking into his garden because the ball was going in there so often. But he's just built a new extension and everything, and he obviously doesn't want people peering over the wall at him.
Right. random big ball have they found?
Yeah.
It's a kid's ball!
Yeah, very unusual to see one side in pyjamas and the other side in whites, I have to say. The dinosaur that I am, I like the whites. There's now 3 balls on the pitch.
I guess these are going in the umpire's pocket. Might be a bit easier.
Yeah, might speed things up a bit.
There, right, Storm.
Not much of a vote of confidence there.
Yeah. The only thing I'll say about that is I feel fortunate. The way you can get mad.
Now, Jack, don't forget the microphones are there. You're broadcasting to the world. Suddenly the conversation becomes a lot more whispered once you tell them about the ground mic. I don't see how they can miss it though, it's out there by itself, big furry things. Well,
Drinks.
I heard the word drinks out there in the middle a few times. So while they take a drink, we'll take a short break. We'll join you again very shortly. 109 for 7 off 18 now, I think. 17. 109. Yeah, 17 would make more sense as far as drinks are concerned. Just the 1 wicket down. I think the Randy Peets will be very happy with the start they've made.
Yeah, very good start.
Drinks, drinks are done, and Blake McDonald will continue from the nursery end. Oh, absolutely. We shout out to anyone. Kate Hurley is in Sydney at the moment. She's the founder member of the Nick Stapleton fan club, who used to tune in when Nick was playing and still tunes in now. And we do shout outs all the time. So work away. Michael Whitney, if you are back in Sydney.
Well, hopefully he is watching. Yeah, unfortunately he's not on the tour, which he's devastated not to be here. But yeah, Mike, former Australian fast bowler, Test cricketer. I'm sure he's trying to grab part of the stream, but it is pretty early in Sydney at the moment.
Sure, you'll be able to watch it again. It will remain up on the YouTube channel. So for all the people in Sydney who are currently tuned in, if you do happen to fall asleep on the couch, you can go back into the YouTube channel and watch the game later again. We find, especially with the junior teams here, that although your viewing figures on the day might be quite small, 50 at one time or whatever, but then you watch the number of views that night, and it's the 22 players are all on their phones watching their innings, watching their bowling or their moments.
So you end up with a highlights package at the end?
We don't really. No. We don't, but I've got so good at watching games on YouTube now and pressing the 10 seconds. You can almost time it so that the bowler's at the top of his run each time. And that's one of the reasons I take notes, is if something special happens, I sort of take a note of it and then I can go and clip it on YouTube. We had a game here at the weekend and the batsman was down this end and he had a big hoik, but he let go of the bat and the bat ended up out at square leg. So I went in and clipped it and then I listened back to it. And what I actually said was, just like Lois Griffin talking to Peter Griffin on the golf course, it went further than the ball did. So I clipped that and put it up on Facebook, and then it encourages people to come in and see, and anybody can clip stuff on YouTube.
And then I guess it starts a trend and brings you more viewers.
Well, that's what you want. It's the service we try and provide to people who do. If people are bothering to tune in, I know we have members who may not be able to make it down here themselves who would watch, as well as past members who would be overseas or just at work today. I know I, for one, was watching interprovincial cricket on YouTube yesterday whilst
You're
at
natural,
work.
JS.
Not really, Jack. Learning on the go.
Oh, storm. You look at natural from here, aren't you?
You said it was going to be streamed, but you never...
Huh?
You said it was going to be streamed, but I didn't know it was a full setup. Well done.
No messing with the lads.
Well, the messing with the lads was only telling us on Sunday.
That might be part of the course. We're meeting up tomorrow night, and he hasn't told us the venue yet, so...
The Mary Cobbler.
Keeping it local. Jack Tector's voice you hear on the ground mics. But yeah, again, to reiterate, if you are watching on YouTube and you subscribe to the Pembroke Cricket Live channel, you too can contribute on the live chat. As Singh cuts one behind square on the offside, racing down the hill towards the Wheelfield Road gate, but it's collected before it can reach the rope.
Oh, storm.
Blake Weymouth now at the non-striker's end, but he's on 49, the brink of a well-deserved half-century. A few big shots from him, but by and large, trouble-free innings. More of the touring party arriving. There is the overcast view today in Sydney Parade. Plenty of cloud cover, but none of it falling. As Singh goes for the big shot. Down to Michael Sharp corner. The maximum runs. Lovely shot. Singh certainly not hanging around here. Keen to show that he's picked up some mastery of Irish wickets as Tucker goes a bit short. Onto one knee straight away. Lovely six. Down the leg side. What's the umpire's name, John?
Paul Dilley.
Paul Dilling.
Dilley. D-I-L-L-E-Y.
And that is a nice way to bring up your half century, crashing it into the leg side fence. And 53 now for Blake Weymouth, and he's been out there since the start. As I say, batting without concern, really.
Yeah, you were asking about Paul. He's an ex-highway cop, so.
Oh, okay.
But umpires outside of Sydney.
Probably a sensible idea for him.
Certainly.
My son-in-law is in the New South Wales Police now, stationed in Sydney.
Yeah, certainly not an easy job, but look, having Paul on tour as our travelling umpire, we're very fortunate, and also having Ian Wright as our travelling scorer, both experienced, so very good.
When somebody sticks their hand up for that job, you're kind of very grateful. But then again, there are certain people, same way I love sitting down here and talking about the game and watching as McDonald goes for a much slower delivery. You get some guys who love being umpires.
No, true. They're in the game, and I think on this
best
tour,
view in the house as well.
It certainly is. But it just adds an element to the tour, having a travelling umpire and scorer, and you know, both of them have a lot of experience behind them. You know, Ian's scored, I think, 4 Test matches as well.
It is.
No, we're okay for the second. Sorry,
Yep. So the 20th over gone, 1-3-2 on the board. Still just that one wicket to a fall, and get the feeling that your two guys will start to accelerate soon. They'll start looking for shots rather than pushing the singles and twos.
No, certainly with batsmen in the shed. Yeah, 15 overs to go, and yeah, it's a very good platform, one for 1-3-2.
As you say, plenty of wickets in the shed. Top edge, but no fielder in harm's way. Niall thinks that a few drops of moisture in the air. Nothing that's going to delay the game at the moment, though.
Super, Harry.
Harry St Ledger doing the fielding along Cyril's way. Now comes into the ring for the left-hander. Tucker unable to field his own bowling. Get through for just the one additional run. He's a non-stop dynamo. Just Duracell batteries now.
It's amazing to watch. Everything,
Yeah.
every aspect is covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, you certainly need those zinc stumps. That's just going to set it off stump cam.
Well, if you bowl a full toss this time, hits
That's
the
through the
pole and
fence.
goes through the fence. Danny Hogan now having a quick look to see if he can reach it. If not, we know the umpire's got a couple of balls in his pocket. Just too much and sing onto that straight away.
Very small.
When you're playing on pitch 2, Jack, you're tiny boundary.
With the wind. Some special.
And downhill. They're now suggesting Danny Hogan go over the fence, somebody hold on to his ankles, and he'll be able to reach it.
No.
Instead, Harry St. Ledger being sent over,
Yeah, so the Mary Cobbler.
and so we'll...
Close to you.
where is it you're staying?
We're in the West Ball.
Okay, yeah. Yep, nice pub, the Mary Cobbler, as well.
Around the corner, Searsons. Very good. Food was excellent.
Food is good in Searsons.
Some of our blokes ended up going for curry, which I don't understand.
Yeah. You're going on a worldwide tour. 6 minutes past 3. Dublin is not the obvious place you say, oh, do you know what? I fancy a curry. Let's go to Dublin. A few nice restaurants around the place.
Looks like I'm getting presented the mascot.
It's going to go on camera. Too close. There you go. With his pads on and everything, ready to get out there.
Yeah, that's our tour mascot, Roy.
That's-
So he survived the 2017 tour, and because our president's not here,
I was going to say
he's
that
been named Roy, and yeah, he's been passed around a couple of times already.
that's the Australian jersey
time.
from 2015.
Point.
Another time I spent in your fabulous country. This time St. Ledger taking it on the first bounce.
Right bowling, Storm.
Just text now he's over here.
Yes, I've been given permission.
Storm. Good, good boy.
And the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
Is it like the British Lions? They always give the mascot to the youngest member of the touring party.
It started off with the youngest, and
He's just aged a bit now, is he?
he wanted to get rid of it as quickly as he could, and the next bloke had it for about 5 days, and yeah, he forgot it, left it behind
Oh dear.
a whole lot. So yeah, the fines have been racking up quite a bit.
Yeah. Pollock is the British Lion who's been tasked with looking after the lion this time. I think he's already lost it twice because the rest of them know that he's in charge of it, so they whip it away as a gag.
Yeah, it's the other way around. Our bloke just kept forgetting it. I think he used it as a doorstop one night to let his roommate in. But yeah, he was, look, you know, ironically, he was the bloke who wanted the mascot on tour. He wanted the kangaroo court, but he was the one who kept forgetting it.
Isn't that always the way? Ollie Riley now back into the attack, coming in from the nursery end. Photo shoot done. You are. That is unbelievable. We started off with this gazebo further forward and people kept walking behind and with the wires and everything. We were like, no. So we've brought it back and it gives us a bit more shelter as well. But, oh, that's a lovely shot down the ground. Just timing it to the rope, not over it. But people walk through that bit, cut corners. You just sort of really just walk across the front. They're so scared of being on camera. And yet when they're out in the middle, they want the camera on them all the time. It's just amazing.
You think it'd be the other way around?
Yeah. Well, that's
a great shot. One bounce four.
Just a couple of feet short of the 6 it deserved to be. It was so cleanly hit. Lovely shot down the ground. Blake certainly enjoying his knock today.
Yeah, we've certainly seen some clean hitting on tour. I think Blake is our 650 of the tour. We've had one fifer, but we've seen some innings against us, particularly our first game at Littleborough. Came up against Bryce Parsons.
He's falling short of the fielder, mid-off.
Yeah, Bryce, he captained South Africa at the 2020 Under-19 World Cup. Came out and
enjoyed himself.
Certainly. Yeah, chasing 213, he put on 72 off 26 deliveries, and we thought we were gone and done and dusted, and yeah, we were able to pick it back, fortunately, but no, it was wonderful to watch.
And obviously, weather conditions mean the wickets in the Northern Hemisphere in Europe very different to the ones you get in Australia. We've found over the years that sometimes we've employed pros and they're still playing back foot shots because everything in, you'd be playing off the back foot in Australia with confidence, knowing it's going to come up, whereas in Ireland it's a bit lower and front foot is the way to go more than the back foot.
But there's been a lot of commentary since we arrived here at Sydney Parade, where the guys went out and said it's the hardest wicket we've seen all tour. Even the outfield, it's brilliant. I guess that's all down to Dale and his team.
Yeah. He does a huge amount of work here, and 2 of the wickets we have here are hybrid wickets with the nylon stamped through, and we get a little league games played on those. But playing on grass today on pitch 2, and yeah, the wickets have certainly improved over my time here.
Weather at the start of this year helped.
Well, yes. We started with a super April. We've had some rain since. 150 on the board now. Still with 13 overs to go. 678. 250 not out of question here. That one getting through past both fielders. Andrew Bolton does the tidying up afterwards.
Quality Storm.
Beautiful catch. I thought that was going well over.
And this is why Niall is on camera, not on mic. He thought that one was going to clear the fielder, but Andrew Bolton did a fabulous job of just putting his hands over the boundary but keeping his feet inside. He takes the catch, the second wicket falls with the score on 152. 73 partnership between those two.
Waiting for it to fly over the nets.
It's a brilliant catch.
The bit that sort of made me think that it wasn't going to go over the rope was all the bowlers at the end of the net, they didn't scatter, so they felt they were okay.
I was looking well behind the net.
A little bit too much height on that for Singh, and he's gone.
Yeah.
New batsman is
Stay.
That's Ashburton. So familiar to,
Harry.
I'm sure familiar to yourself, played at YM in that premiership team.
He's not on the list declared. I was looking at the social media post. So Ash, what's surname?
Burton, B-U-R-T-O-N.
Oh.
Coming in at number 4. Just after Niall's taken out all the walls for the gazebo in case it rained. And now suddenly we're seeing these things on the ground. Shadows. Bit of sunshine visits Sydney Parade. Okay, well, that made a big thump when it landed.
Very late.
That's a super shot. Nobody's getting that back. Ball comes straight out the umpire's pocket. The batsman finally comes back out of the pose. 6 off that delivery. Unfortunately, no sound on that replay. Short. And that one joins its mate. The umpire's pockets aren't big enough for the amount of balls at the moment. Now, third ball of the over, and I mean that literally. The previous 2 disappearing into the gardens.
That's a third.
3 in a row, and he is certainly making hay whilst the sun shines. Bit of blue sky up there now. That's room for a nice afternoon. There's one, hang on.
Thanks, Chris. There's a 10. Go, boys. Good luck, son.
Well, that was an entertaining end of the over. After 23 now, score races up to 171 for 2. Danny Hogan still looking forlornly into the garden in the hope that somebody would give him his ball back. Don't think that's going to happen.
When you're ready, Phil.
Well, an interesting decision from captain Jack Tector. He's just seen Donica Tucker go for 3 sixes, left arm spinner taken on, and 3 sixes disappearing into the gardens. And now he's going to bring on Harry St Ledger, another left arm spinner from the nursery end. Well, discussion going on with the local neighbours. I don't think we'll be getting any of those balls back. And we'll tone down the microphones, let them have their discussion.
I would like to know what the big thunk was in the second one.
Yeah, well,
Through someone's.
You'd think it would be a shed or something and not the house. If you hit one of those houses, that's huge.
well, that house does have the extension that comes out a bit, but it's still a big, big hit.
Yeah, like it's. See the first one is like 30, 40 yards. Oh god.
One thing guaranteed to make you laugh is somebody saying that, unfortunately. So discussions continue between the neighbour and a couple of the players. I think they'd be better off at this stage just walking away. had a short break there for various discussions with local homeowner. It's just got off the left. There we go, back again. Oh, Niall, the other thing I noticed was, you know that bar that's on your camera? You know the three-pronged bar that is in the middle that holds... One of the middle bits is missing a rivet.
Oh, it's just an end cap that's missing.
No, it's actually loose. Harry St Ledger now, left arm spin. Let's see which other neighbours he can upset. This one all along the ground. However, it does bring Ashburton on strike, and he has, even without live scoring, I can tell you he's got a very good strike rate at the moment. And he liked the left arm bowling of Tucker. I think he was looking for the same garden again with the reverse. JS just saying hello to... Oh, that's a lovely shot. He tried it the shot before and it didn't work. This time it does. Another boundary. And this is a lovely shot. Just lifted. Clears the fielder, Andrew Bolton, in the ring. And this one just firmly down the ground to the clubhouse. Another firm shot. Well, you know that the Randy Peets are going to be looking well in excess of 250 with this sort of striking going on. Harry St Ledger finishes the 24th. Score 178 for 2 from 24 overs. Certainly plenty of runs being scored at the moment. And it's the acceleration is only going to get bigger and better.
You're on the road, Craig.
For our tourists here, is there anywhere you'd recommend, outside of the usual, Guinness Storehouse, Jamison's? I know some of our guys are going to the Curragh on Saturday, but...
It's the first one you've mentioned that isn't a drinking hole. We've been discussing Searson's and the Merry Cobbler, Guinness Storehouse, Jameson's, Teeling's is another whiskey place, but... Oh,
lovely shot.
Lovely manufactured shot. Robin Kelly, our resident Zimbabwean, represented Ireland at under 19 level. Ollie Riley back on. Didn't give another over to Tucker somehow.
The only spot I always suggest is Trinity.
Yeah, Booker Kells.
Well, as much as if there's a game on, just the whole sitting in the middle of the city, there's suddenly this.
And you right are in the middle of the city, even more central than Parliament. Another one flicked over the keeper, and another one, this one actually reaching the boundary. And it's great to see a variety of shots on display here today. Very early on decided.
He's going on a good rate in this innings.
to talk to the scorers at the break and see what his strike rate was.
Well, he's coming off a very good season in Sydney. I think it was over 800 runs, top score of 135. 2 seasons ago, he was in the New South Wales Premier First Grade Team of the Year as well. And there's another one.
Well, that one's a big 6. And the runs just piling up here now. Another big swing of the arms. And this time, well, no stopping the 6 on this occasion.
There you go, boys. Come on.
Jack, is Andrew Bolton injured?
He's got like a niggle or something there.
Okay. Another one. Andrew Bolton busy down there at the moment, unable to stop that one. Had a great effort at it though. Absolutely still as the bowler delivers, and then big opens up the front leg, clears the fielder just about. 6 more runs. Short and wide now, I suspect, the ploy.
Could be another little flick over first slip. Or same result.
Well, the full tossed bunted down to long on. And the bowler will feel like he's done well to give the single.
Hi, how many people? One more.
Oh, that can't be too far away, judging from the action not only of the thrower, but also of the man backing up Danny Hogan. Over is over. 197 on the board now. Just 2 wickets down. And I know for sure there's at least one Victorian watching. James Cresswell.
That was a sharp hitting fielding there from Dale.
Yeah, nearly paid off. Seventh over then for Harry St Ledger. He's going to close out his spell. And one thinks that these 2 batsmen, well, they'll be wanting to take on the young left armour. It's in the air a long time. There is a man underneath it, and he's put it down.
Oh, and I hit the wrong button.
Well, that is a shame. Chance for a wicket off the first ball of the over. How costly could that be? Well, there's the first 4. $200 up now for the visitors, going along nicely at over 8 and over. Well, that one could take a while to find. Some of those bushes a bit on the firm side.
Yeah, it was certainly hit with purpose.
Yeah. Blake Weymouth, he's on 84 now.
No.
Oh, sorry. Making sure his partner was still awake anyway.
Yeah, this game has everything so far. Returning the favour.
Ah, you have another go. Pembroke won't be too upset with singles, not with the strike rate we've seen recently. Another one crashing straight into the sight screen at the far end. 4 more runs. .209 for 2.
Be better with the audio. This is the yelp from the other batsman. First one where he tried to kill his man.
Again, it's a shame we don't have audio on these replays. You'd have heard the yelp out of the non-striker. He feared for his safety for a moment. And here we have this intriguing battle again. Singh and Riley. Let's see the shots that come out now. Just 9 overs remaining. 9 overs. They'll be looking at 270, 280. Well, that is a massive 6. There is no way anybody's catching that. It lands on the 5-metre line of the rugby pitch behind us, clearing the nets.
Yeah, if he keeps striking like that, certainly 270s on the cards.
We're almost at the stage of the innings now where if a wicket does fall, you're almost expecting somebody to come out with a baseball bat because you know they're going to be swinging from the hip. Two catches put down by Pemrook today. Andrew Bolton doing some fine work in the field. Sun trying to peek through again, certainly brighter now.
I said through the gap in the side screen. You have to be a lot further forward to see around them.
Yeah. Oh, well, fortune favours the brave, and there's an example of it. He's been clean hitting all the way through, so if he gets one off the edge and it flies away for 4, as I say, you make your own luck. He's batted so well up to now, 98.
Not much in it. Does he bring it up with a 6?
Chances are it's going to be crossing the rope somewhere. Well, it may just be 4. And he does reach the century. Ripple of applause from his teammates and supporters, all up in front of the clubhouse.
And he's retired himself. Looks like.
He's done enough.
Certainly.
Well, he leaves the field 102 undefeated, a super knock. And he returns to, again, more applause down at the far end. New batsman makes his way out. Still 8 and a bit overs to go. 2:25 on the board now.
This is Tom Cody, who's come in.
Left hander. Yes.
You've a lot of left-handers, haven't you?
We do, certainly.
They always look better as batsmen anyway.
Oh, more stylish, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Lee Riley then from the St John's end. New batsman in front of him. It looked like that was the only way of getting Singh out, actually, was by him retiring. Batted exceptionally well.
Yeah, there's some beautiful striking in that innings of Singh.
Yeah, clean hit.
Very, very clean.
Clean hitting indeed.
Well, hopefully he doesn't annoy your neighbours too much.
And he can always go back to Phoenix now and say, well, it's on film. I do want to bat number 3.
I'm sure he'll be asking us for the highlights. Yeah, one for his new GM, and I think it's Squirrel Cricket as well, his other sponsor, so I'm sure that will be going up on his Instagram a bit later on today.
Probably that's why he retired, was to get off to the and start
on his
posting. So 27 gone now, 226. Another big over for the batting side. Just 2 wickets taken, 1 man retired. 225 for 6. With 8 overs to go. Well, if he'd stayed in, you'd have been getting close to 300, I think.
Oh, certainly.
The way he was batting.
But then again, there's still plenty of batting to come, and these two are both excellent batsmen. Sorry.
Tucker returning at the nursery end. I think right-hander facing. I think the Gardens might be safe for this delivery anyway. Sun comes out again. My goodness, this place looks good with the sun shining. See the hedges down the end starting to flower now. The yellow dots all over them. Certainly couldn't describe myself as a horticulturalist. Wouldn't know the difference between flowers and weeds. Luckily we have Roy, who does a great job. Short, left-hander. Pulls it down to the clubhouse. Danny Hogan in his unofficial cap does the fielding.
He certainly stands out. Which club is that? Do you know?
I don't know. Yeah, with Danny Hogan, you wouldn't know. Member of the NCC. And he's the one who drives the Land Rover convertible. He has it in at the moment. But yes, that will be one of a number of caps I'm sure Danny's collected over the years. Short. So you get the idea that a short ball like that Singh would have cleared the ropes with. this occasion just a single taken. Lifted down the ground beautifully. Fielder comes across. Skipper Jack Tector doing the work there. Another big blow, this time one bounce 4. Scoring rate not really abating since the departure of Singh. As you said, these two well capable. Two, 3, 4 now. Not quite so much chatter amongst the Pembroke fielders. It's been a chastening afternoon, as in chastening the ball all over the place. And our neighbour, indeed, being peppered with a few, had a few words to say. Those of you coming to the end of your working day, surreptitiously watching on YouTube, at your desk, or on your phone, feel free to pop down for the second innings of this clash once you finish work. James Cresswell came in with a score prediction of 586.
Maybe just a touch off, I think.
Ignore doing the damage.
It was. No, he retired on 102. He
Useful recruit for today.
he put Donecker into the Gardens 3 balls in a row. Well, he went for the smart shot to try and clear the keeper, and this occasion Paddy Morris picks up the wicket as it just takes the face of the bat through to Bruce Whaley. You can see celebrations somewhat muted, but the third wicket falls with the score on 235. Yeah, you might have to put the pads on.
Hopefully not.
Thanks very much for coming over, John. And
No, too easy. I'll
see if anybody else wants to.
Send across.
Yeah. Just remind them it's immortality. It'll be on YouTube forever, whether they want it to be or not.
Whatever you want.
Talk to you later, John.
Rob.
John Stewart then takes his leave of the commentary box. We thank him for joining us for most of this first innings. Great to know who the names are. Great to hear about the club. I suspect President Mike Whitney will have taken to his bed the same way Yeah, Josh. Thank you. Josh Siegel, the new batsman, we've been informed. Paddy Morris going around the wicket to the left-hander. Just 7 overs remain, 2-3-6 on the board.
Well, Pad.
Attempted pull shot, mistimed.
We'll go, Paddy.
Good chance for some of these bowlers like Paddy Morris to impress the first team members. Hit down the ground with some force, but very little timing. And that allowed Jack Hector to get across and do the fielding.
Paddy, do you want to bring Fine up for the last one? Rob! Rob! Rob!
Through to the keeper. One's coming the over. Well, with the start, the openers gave a stand of 79. And then a stand of 73. And then the big stand with Singh reaching his century before he retired. Paddy Morris finishes his over, and the score moves on to 238 for 4. And the first time in a few weeks since the operation, we see Candy with no crutches. She's taking her time with the steps, accompanied by Ashley. Well, a sight not often seen at Sydney Parade. It looks like it will be Danny Hogan to come on with a bit of spin. Driven down the ground, just a single. Well, the expression there, I think, Danny, is self-praise is no praise. He was delighted with the delivery. That one rattles around in the houses. After the one that had got past him, this one went all the way. Well, that's... Wow. This one disappears into the same house where the house owner had some difficulties with the game of cricket earlier on. Batsman turned on that one very quickly. It has brought up 250 for Randy Peets now. They are setting an enormous score here for Pembroke to chase in their 35 overs in the second innings. We will be here for all of this game. There is a game scheduled next week, tomorrow. Women's firsts. Perfect shot. 6 into the fence. Perfect by meaning it stayed within the confines of Sydney Parade. Again, Hogan comes in, another short one, another one pulled round the corner, another boundary, that one runs away towards the car park. An expensive over from Hogan, tried to force that one down. Whilst we have a break in play, we'll take a break in the commentary box and we'll return to you when the cricket returns. Just to bring you up to date with happenings at Sydney Parade, today this game between Randwick Petersham and Pembroke. Well, on the field, 261 for 4 off 30 overs. Well, Singh certainly enjoying his afternoon, Wednesday afternoon. He scored 102 off just 67 balls, and after a steady start, he really started to put it together. And he scored 102 out of this total of 261 for 4 in 30 overs. The players have now taken tea. Sandwiches are available in the bar. And coffee is also available in the bar, as well as many other drinks. Well, there'll certainly be a few talking points from that first innings, one of which, of course, will be the unscheduled interruption by the house owner on Park Avenue, objecting to the number of sixes that were landing in his garden. He visited the ground, and full and frank discussions appear to have taken place. So that's why we've had the early break, and as I said earlier, I will continue to keep you updated with any changes or what the situation is, and I will be back to you myself when we see some cricket in the middle again. So until then, thank you for joining us, and we'll be back soon enough. good.
Yeah,
How
this
was the holiday? Yeah. Go on, go and do your work.
oh, interesting.
Power.
Correct. Yeah, because there's a called mullions. Vertical. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I've always imagined. Is that depending on how it works, good is probably hypothetically, let's take a level 100 sword facing. Maybe covered in 3 different strips, so it's controllable in 3 levels. Because then it gives us much more dynamic, much more dynamic range on switching. So no, top and bottom, separately controllable.
I was waiting for him to sit down on the pitch in this case.
Yeah, no, I believe you. Listen, I don't have too much. I got to run, but yeah. All right, talk to you later. My God, does that guy talk a lot? Chris Wicks. Yeah.
When they had the first initial chat over the fence,
Gents, what's going on? Claire, how are you? All right.
when they had the initial chat over the gig, he was saying, stop laughing at me. You lot stop laughing at me. And,
Oh no.
it was very interesting. Well, welcome back to Sydney Parade. Some of you have remained with us throughout this unusual game of cricket. It started unusual when one team is playing in whites and the other one are playing in pyjamas.
We had that at the end of last season.
So, pardon me, an unusual one to start with. Randy Peets batted first and some would say amassed 261 from 30 overs. .261 for 30 overs. So Pembroke will need 262. Randy Peets out warming up now. Playing with a pink ball, with a team wearing whites and black sight screens. It's certainly different. Randy Peets over here from Sydney, specifically from Coogee, right down next to the beach. Lovely patch of land, I'd say would be worth a few quid, just as Sydney Parade is. And lovely clubhouse with a stand incorporated into the clubhouse. I do like that. They have similar difficulties with us with regards to some neighbours, some difficulties, but lovely ground there, and they're over here in the UK and Ireland on their tour. This is match 4 for them, their results so far, 2 wins and 1 defeat. They've not only brought team with them, as well as an umpire and a scorer, but they're also picking up players who have played for Randy Peets or are members of Randy Peets and playing in the Northern Hemisphere during the Australian winter. So players such as Eknor Singh, Ash Burton, Ben Mitchell, drafted into today's team and probably into Friday's team as well when they'll be playing their next game, and that will be against the MCC, and that will be taking place in Castle Avenue. Big weekend for Castle Avenue. They have the MCC and Randy Peets on Friday, and then on Saturday and Sunday they have Pembroke. Pembroke playing 2 games out there, one in the league, that will be the game on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday in the Bob Kerr All-Ireland Cup. So it could be a good day for taking a trip over the East Link and going to Castle Avenue and watching some good cricket. Well, here at Sydney Parade, I see one batsman on the sideline ready to enter the field of play. Scorer has put an extra layer on. I don't blame him, so has your commentator. Pete Twalmley down, as is Charlie Kavanagh. And I see some youth training going on here this afternoon as well.
Okay, right, let's go. We're down the far side. In it, right here.
No. Players slowly making their way out to the middle. Breezy day here now. The wind coming from the south. Clouds whiffing down the Liffey Valley. You can see ahead of you. You're going to have to look at that soundboard. It's that left ear thing is a more and more common. But it looks like we're going to get through this game now, barring any other interruptions. Anybody who'd like to know the full story, more than welcome to. Northern Knights 85 for 4 up in Stormont. They're currently playing the Munster Reds. Paul Sterling getting 40, and Kay Carmichael in the middle getting 20.
Oh, no, okay. I realise now.
Ben Callitz and Cade Carmichael, the batsman there. That's up in Stormont, and you can find that one on Cricket Island's YouTube channel. Commentators in Stormont today: Izzy Joyce and Ali McCalmont. Well, it's reaching that time of day where the darts are full of commuters on their way home. I'm sure all our Sydney viewers have retired to bed now at this stage. And they'll probably pick this game up at a later stage. Many thanks to the 29 of you watching. Just a reminder to those 29, you're more than welcome to join the live chat on YouTube. And of course a big shout out, as John Stewart said, to the president of Randy Pete's, that is Michael Whitney. One of the Australian team during my youth, watching Ashes series. And I'm sure he's following this tour with great interest. Now, if you are on live chat and you do know anything about the Randy Pete's team, you can always join the live chat and let me know who the bowlers are. You're late. Late. Oh.
Put your bags here.
You shake your head, but it's not that long ago. That was you.
But I was always early. Huh? Okay, that's fine.
See the big front arm go. Look, when you see the big, that's the big one. What's your name again, Jeff? Ben. Go, Benny Mitchell.
I don't know, maybe it's just me. Old-fashioned. Noel would call me a dinosaur. But I'd say I prefer watching people play cricket in whites. Yeah. See, you're young.
Yeah.
You're used to pyjamas.
I'm used to the colours,
Well,
yeah. I like watching Test.
left arm around to open the bowling. Nobody in touch on live chat yet to let me know who is bowling. And down the leg side. Visitor train heading down to Rosslare Port. And Pembroke on the board with the bat. Extra having come earlier with the wide. On this occasion, one just dropped down to third.
We won't need. Tex, jump in, Tex.
No, you might get a clue there about
You go. Jump in, Tex.
I'm sure you'd look bowlers there, there's nothing else.
We're going to make a slight change in the commentary box now and allow our visitors to take over.
Catch it, Johnny! Ah, you can't!
Don't usually apologise for the language in the field, but on this occasion, quite willing to make an exception.
What if Darren's starting and I'll maybe slot in after that? Okay, well, okay.
I don't really know much about what's going on here, but I thought I might make some comment on What have you done to me, Johnny?
Bowlers out. Now you have to tell the body. Absolutely.
Well, what a game here, Darren. Been phenomenal so far. A little bit of an incident there, wasn't there?
Yes, well, we had a break in play. I've only just flown in a few hours ago.
Oh, wow. How are you feeling with the jet lag?
Well, the jet lag hasn't been the issue, but I got out of Doha the morning after the missile attacks there, which was rather frightening. And it's been a bit of an episode to get here, going via Copenhagen, and I've just turned up. I'm actually wearing Dale Walker's clothes today.
Wow.
I'm dressed by Dale Walker because I've arrived with nothing.
That's pretty lucky clothes. So I can only imagine they're going to get you 5 for today, probably.
Yes, well, I was really enjoying the game. Your man Eknor, my goodness, the power of
phenomenal.
him with the bat.
Yeah.
Well, that led to the big brouhaha.
Indeed. A lot of sixes went into one of the gardens, and we had a bit of a standoff there for a while, didn't we?
Well, it was a protest at Pembroke, and we've reduced the over from 35 down to 30. We've had a short break, and now the local team are batting. So I was sort of suggesting at the time when Eknor was just making an absolute mess of them. He was hitting those balls over the fence, the pink balls, like missiles.
He was. he was absolutely smashed it, didn't he? We've got Chai bowling here from the bottom end, who's bowled pretty well on tour. He bowled some nice little outswingers, so he's been pretty effective. It's a lot of runs to chase, though, Darren, isn't
Well,
it?
261. I had to say, minutes before we had the break, I was just jesting with the boys. What's the line here, the unders and overs? I'm going to put up 300. Who wants the unders? Who wants the overs?
Yep.
I felt quietly confident it would get pretty close, although Eknor was out, then I thought I might retreat a little bit. But 261 is probably going to be a big ask for the locals, because now with this issue with the Naki neighbour blowing up about all the balls that went over the fence and apparently into his house.
Yep.
He left the door open.
He did, which was probably a big mistake. But he's had his word, hasn't he? And we're back playing, so Chai's looking fairly threatening here. They've obviously got a lot of runs to chase, but I feel as though they're going to have to get off to a bit of a flyer here, Darren.
Well, I'm sort of also thinking that the local team here might be a little bit reserved for fear of whacking one over that fence to have a continuation of the saga.
There were some thoughts that only 4s would be allowed for the rest of the day, but I think we've moved on from that.
Yeah, beautiful ground here. Overcast conditions. The sun has popped through briefly. It's that type of environment. 1 minute you're sweating, and the next the cold breeze blows in.
Well, I think there was a few players sweating when the neighbour came onto the field, wasn't there?
Yeah,
for a while,
well, he was rather animated.
He was. Luckily, the touring umpire Paul Dilley is a former policeman, so he very much seemed to sort of take the situation under control. And I'm not sure if there was only threats of 24 hours in the cells, but we seem to get a resolution, didn't we?
Well, go figure. We're at a cricket ground here, the Pembroke Cricket Club.
Oh, here we go. So that's big. It's skied to extra cover. What a catch.
Oh,
brilliant catch on the boundary.
Beautiful work.
That was nicely done.
So the locals are on 14 runs at the moment, and we're in very early stages of the resume play here.
Yeah, Pembroke have been great hosts today. We very much thank them for that. But we've got a big total on board, and they're gonna have to go hard for this.
Beautiful little club in there as well. Here's a replay of the action.
And he's bowled a nice delivery outside of off stump. He's had he's tried to smash it over mid-off. I think he's sort of skied it a little bit too deep extra. Great catch on the boundary. So,
in the words of Richie Beno, a marvellous catch.
Indeed, yeah. Absolutely marvellous.
Marvellous, yes. So here we are, 14, 1 for 14. 261, the score to be chased down.
Now, Darren, for the locals who don't know, you're a very famous race caller from Australia, aren't you? And you've been doing that for quite a while.
Yeah, most of my life. So race calling is my full-time gig. I'm over here on annual leave at the moment, and going down to the Curragh races on the weekend, Irish Derby weekend. So we'll be there on Saturday and Sunday. So that's a key part of the trip. But I know a lot of the fellows from the Randy Pete's club. Myself, I live in Randwick, and I see a lot of them in the Coogee Bay Hotel.
The Coogee Bay Hotel, yes.
Or the Doncaster Hotel. Yes.
Indeed, yeah.
So a lot of familiar faces here for me.
We've lost one, obviously, and another one's come in. Blake, who was out on the road,
Okay, we've lost an Aussie Blake out, but we've got a second one come in. So there's a lot of hope still in the air, isn't there? I feel as though there's a chance here. Just need to probably pick up the rate, maybe around 10 and over for the next 10.
I can see to give themselves a chance. Building up to coming through the gates.
Yeah, another 7 people have turned up, so a bit worried the grandstand's going to get full here.
Nice little a club over there as well.
It is.
Yeah, very homely.
And a big shout out to Terry Sarakis, a member of the travelling squad, who's certainly kept the club going today with major contributions behind the bar, and Terry's done that whole trip. So
beautiful.
God bless him for that. Yeah, he has to attend an AA meeting tonight, Darren. I think. Yeah, but
okay.
So we might lose him a bit later.
I think we'll leave that up to him. We'll give that a miss.
Oh, and that's always he's gone for a big drive and over mid off, and he's unfortunately just skied that in the air. So that's a second wicket to fall. They've got to go for it, Darren, haven't they? They've just got to go from it. They're chasing a lot, and they're probably most concerned about when the neighbour's going to slot on the ground again. So they've got to get them in early.
Well, that's my big concern. Yes, from our position here, the right side was where the issue was, and I'm sure they're going to be a little bit reserved. They probably don't want too much more trouble.
No,
or a second protest coming in.
Yeah. Well, you would have seen many protests in your time as a race caller in Sydney, wouldn't you?
Protest Sydney. Yeah, so on this occasion it was a protest at Pembroke Cricket Club, and it lasted for about 10 minutes.
We've got a replay going here. I mean, it's just moved away. He's tried to punch it over mid-on. He's just got a bit of a leading edge. It's sort of ballooned there to mid-off and a nice catch taken. So, totally understandable way of getting out, because they've got to go from it from ball one here. So we're currently we're 2 for 14 here, and after 2 overs.
Well, we've seen there's always issues too in Sydney when the games are at Coogee, and the problem there normally is with the parked cars just over the fence.
Indeed, yes.
Many a windscreen's been, good business for Windscreens O'Brien.
It is. They make a lot of money, yeah. And probably similar cost of the houses around Coogee to here as well, I think.
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, having the chit-chat with the local taxi driver on the way out, seems like property prices around here are quite similar to the eastern suburbs of Sydney.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, he's just just speared one down the leg side there, so there's a wide. Umpire Paul Dilley, he's just, as I said, former policeman, is just recovering from his incident. His heart rate's come down now, so he's fine.
He's looking more relaxed now.
He is. He's enjoying it. He nearly got a sandwich at tea time. I think he had to tell the story so many times he barely got a sandwich in. But
we look forward to having a beer with him later.
We do, yeah. Many tales to tell. Okay, and that was just slipped through and missed outside the off stump. So it's going to be, it's a long chase, but one partnership here, Darren, and they could be back in the game.
Yeah, exactly. So plenty to unfold here. With the overs reduced from 35 to 30 now with the incident that's been discussed.
Yeah. And he's in his bowl, and it's a nice little back cut there, just fielded at backward point, and they've scampered through for a single. So they're certainly looking to get the scoreboard. They're being busy, I think, Darren, we'd say, at the moment at the crease, wouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Not as busy, I think, as the barman is at the moment in trying to serve all the Randwick Petersham supporters.
I've got the feeling there's many that I've only just met in the last hour or so. I've got a feeling it's going to be a good old-fashioned booze up tonight.
I think so.
With a day off tomorrow.
Pembroke have been very hospitable, so we're certainly enjoying being out here.
And where do we move to on Friday?
We've got a game against the MCC on Friday, so that'll be at Clontarf, which is one of the nicest grounds in Dublin. So that'll be a feast. We look forward to seeing people come out and support that one. Should be some great players on show.
We'll make sure the locals are aware Randy Pete's are coming to town.
Yeah, indeed.
Board up your windows.
I think they were aware last night, Darren, with all the various pubs that got visited. But
right.
the boys have come back strong today. They had a nice breakfast and a couple of Baroccas, and they're looking good.
Well, I see they did have a good night out. I've seen a few clips here and there, but it's the beauty of being so young, isn't it?
It is.
You can knock yourself around a bit, but have a good breakfast, a Barocca, and bang, you're back.
Yeah, spring up after 2 hours sleep.
There was a time, quite a few years ago now, after some of these games, there was a running race staged at Coogee, known as the Coogee Gift.
Right.
And the great Eddie Otto, Eddie the Eagle.
The former Randwick Petersham legend, of course.
He might be listening in, and he was one of the key players, and I was watching him stretch. He did everything absolutely right, but poor Eddie did a hammy.
Oh, did he?
In the first few strides, and he plummeted to the ground, and there was a big murmur around the ground. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
But because
it was sort of like Farlap had been shot, was
absolutely,
it? Yeah.
Yes.
Might have been something to do with his preparation for the race, maybe.
But I actually thought he did everything possible to get through the race.
Yeah. And lasted 20 metres.
It only lasted 2 years, I think, the concept. The clubs decided there was so much of a high risk to injury, so they had to knock it on the head. But that was my debut doing some work for Randy Peach, calling those events.
Oh, okay, Chai back onto bowl, but a beautiful shot there, just danced down the wicket, just pumped that through mid-off. So certainly we've seen some good batting today, Darren, haven't we? It's been a flurry of boundaries at times.
We're 3 overs in now. Pembroke, 17 on the board, 2 for 17. 3 overs in, now 21 is the total. Yeah, there's been some outstanding batting. Really.
Oh, and here we go again. He's danced down the wicket and he's just popped that one over extra cover. So 2 4s on the trot there. Pembroke on the charge, Darren, I think.
Making things a little bit interesting now. Yeah, I have to say though, watching the performance of Eknor Singh before,
that was you
can see the quality,
unbelievably
class.
Yeah, I mean he's one of the best first graders in Sydney, and he's peeled off an incredible 100 today.
Well, he'll have a story to tell.
Yeah. I think most of us will after that incident in between the innings.
Well, he was a key player in this decision
he was.
for the protest to go in with the amount of balls that were not just going over for 6, they were going right over the fence and into local properties.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple arrived back in England, Darren, didn't they? They were going that far. Okay, we danced on another really good shot. Chai comes in, bowls, but again, just this movement down the wicket. He just punched that through mid-on. So it's three fours in 4 balls. So this is a really good over here. It's getting Pembroke back in the game.
Certainly giving the local crowd a reason to stay.
Yeah. And when they turn up, Darren, I'll look forward to saying hello to them, yeah.
Well, it's a big chase. It's a big chase, 261.
Yep.
And we've got 27 overs to go.
Okay, again, down the wicket. He's just sort of inside edges through mid-wicket. Probably going to get all the way. It's a long boundary. Looks like they're going to run 3. So a very profitable over. Pembroke just sort of clawing their way back into the game, but a long way to go, Darren.
Yeah, a long way. How long do you estimate time-wise? It's 5 minutes to 5 local time.
Luckily, it stays light till about midnight here, doesn't it? Yeah. So I think we'll be all right.
Yes, I've noticed that from previous trips. Boy, it's 10 o'clock at night. It feels like it's only 6 or 7.
Yeah. So Chai comes in again. Oh, and he's had an enormous swing outside off, something didn't connect with that. But I think 15 off that over, so that's pretty profitable. So plenty happening here at the ground. Darren, what's on the social itinerary for you this trip?
Okay, so out with all your boys tonight.
Okay.
Probably again tomorrow night.
Okay, great. We'll just pop your credit card over the bar at the start of the night. Is that okay?
Yes, it's going to cop a hammering. The prices of drinks, I thought Qatar was outrageous.
Right.
Copenhagen last night, I had 2 beers, 80 krone was, so I'm oblivious to what 80 krone's worth. And then when I did the currency check, basically 20 Aussie dollars for a Carlsberg.
Wow.
Which is made in Denmark.
Yeah, indeed. Here we go.
Yeah.
We're back to the action. It's a beautiful shot over mid wicket. Just clipped it.
I was just going to ask you before you hit that. This bowler always bowl around the wicket to a 7-2 field with a short boundary on the onside.
He's certainly pushing himself, isn't he? Yeah, he's certainly pushing himself in terms of his accuracy, but
yeah, probably takes LBW out of it. So.
Yeah, potentially. Okay, he's just stepped across there, and okay, we got a wide delivery. He's just stepped across, try to just feed that down to fine leg, but he's missed that one. But it's a wide, so we get another delivery. And Darren, I think this one of the prettiest grounds we've sort of come across on this trip, certainly. And hospitality of the Irish is always great, isn't it?
And how did everything go in the UK?
Phenomenal, from what I remember of it. We had a great time there.
My man Dale Walker, we go back to mid-1985. He was rather chuffed to get the Man of the Match award recently, but I believe there might be more to that story.
Well, I think he's none for 16 off 4, and his winning boundary certainly eclipsed the guy who got 85 and the other guy who got 5 for 15, yeah. So Dale, I think, was a worthy winner on the day. And we celebrated in style. The weather was fantastic. And of course we're here, mainly because Mike Whitney, a former Australian fast bowler, was supposed to be with us on this trip, is suffering a little bit with some health issues at the moment. So we started a tour up north and played at 2 of the clubs that Mike Whitney had played at, in terms of Fleetwood and also Haslingden. And we also had some great hospitality up there. So it was a tremendous time.
And more to come.
More to come. Okay, that's flat batted. Okay, he'll pick up one there. Just flat batted over mid on. Guys are obviously going and teeing off now every ball, which they'll need to do. And Darren, as a race caller from Sydney, have you always enjoyed the cricket?
Yeah, I particularly enjoy watching the BBL.
Yep.
The Big Bash.
The Big Bash, yeah.
The evening games, and they're fun to bet on, particularly if you can get the live in-play betting as well, makes it very exciting.
It does, yeah.
But Yes, yeah, from a young lad, it was what you'd always be watching on the TV, the cricket, with all the legends of the time, with Lilly and Marsh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And were you a cricket of note in the day, Darren?
My cricket was restricted to, I grew up in Earlwood.
Right.
And all my other buddies that lived in the street, and there wasn't too much traffic flow go through, so we get the garbage bins out.
Yeah,
Cricket
right.
in the street.
Yeah.
It was always, sometimes we'd make the cars have to wait until the oval was over before you could pass
in that
through.
sort of area, I can only imagine there's a lot of Mercedes and BMWs driving around.
This is a really working class suburb back then in the mid '80s.
It's not the Pembroke of Ireland.
This is a rather posh area.
This was for the quality fielding.
Okay, so we've moved. We're just got a replay here, and it's probably fair to say the keeper didn't. The keeper tried to stop it with his foot, and so did. I think that's your friend Dale Texas Walker there at fine leg, Darren.
Yeah, it might have been as well.
What, you're going to have words with him tomorrow? What are your thoughts on that?
Why wait that long?
Yes, there will be an opportunity tonight, without doubt. So of course, Mike Whitney unable to make the trip. We had 3 games up north. We have 2 here in Ireland, and finished with a couple more in Kent. And we're going to be based in Maidstone, and we have 2 more games in Kent.
Okay.
So it's a pretty full-on tour. It's just cracked through extra cover there. Great fielding on the boundary. So the game's hit a little bit of a lull at the moment, Darren.
Yes, what are we, 45 now, so what, averaging 9 runs and over?
Yeah, which is a solid start, but might have to sort of pick things up, I think.
The 39 270, if they can keep this rate up, they're a realistic chance of snatching this.
And that's, we've gone for a bit, that's gone miles in the air. Who's on, great take. Great take there at a bid on. He went to smash that over mid-wicket. He's got the leading edge. Straight up, went a long way up to mid-on, and I think that was Johnny Stewart there.
Yes.
Club CEO.
That's, good effort by the CEO.
And he's made a speech at the embassy this morning, Darren.
Oh, okay.
We went to the embassy this morning.
Was he a part of the commentary team earlier on?
I think he was, yes. I think he did some commentary. So he's been to the embassy, he's done some commentary. Now he's running around taking a great catch at mid-on. So what a day for Johnny Stewart.
Probably they just needed to slow
Here we go.
We've just got
to replay.
Yeah, so he's very high.
Stepped across. He's looked to whack that over mid-wicket. He's top-edged it. Johnny Stewart, club CEO, got underneath it mid-on, taking a great catch. High-fived everyone. Yeah.
It was never in
He was high-fiving the ambassador this morning. And now he's high-fiving his teammates.
Lovely.
So what a great day.
Yeah, that was never in doubt. So we're just breaking the momentum a bit there at Pembroke.
Yeah.
They were just starting to really build up the momentum.
They were. They've just they got a decent start, but now they've lost a wicket. They're going to have to really keep kicking on here. And of course, the boys are heading off to the Curragh races this Saturday, and you'll be there, Darren, won't you? You're just enjoying the hospitality of the place.
Yeah, very much so. So I've joined a lot of the cricket lads here, and I've got a local friend, Jerry Green, who works in horse racing at the Curragh.
Yep.
So I'll go and stay down there for 3 nights. We'll go to the races on Saturday and Sunday. The big day, of course, is Sunday, Irish Derby Day.
Yeah.
And they've got some pretty smick facilities now with a brand new grandstand that was built there a few years ago.
Okay.
But it's a very big race course, like most of them are in this neck of the woods.
Yeah.
But the last time I was there was about 7 years ago. It's really got a comfortable feel.
Well, big appeal there. I think that was just he swung that. I mean, Chai has swung the ball all tour. Obviously, bowling outswingers to the right hander. He sort of speared that into the left hander. Umpire Paul Dilley, who's still recovering from his earlier incident, has given that not out. So, again,
well, it was a pretty strong protest coming in from Narky neighbour.
Yeah, and
would have been unsettling.
A little bit unsettling, yeah. So the Curragh races, I think the touring party is very much looking forward to it. In many ways, I feel as though it would be an extension of most of the other days. They'll be standing around drinking and watching racing.
My last trip there 7 years ago was a day not dissimilar to this, quite overcast and a bit cool, showery rain. And there was a race of 40 runners going around, and I thought, I can't be bothered doing form on this or even looking at them. It's too much bother. So I went up to a bookmaker and said, mate, how about we have a little fun bet? What price will you bet me that we see the sun at some stage during this race meeting? And he says, oh, go away, you annoying Australian, blah, blah. I said, come on, a little fun bet. No, anyhow, he wouldn't entertain it.
He wouldn't.
So all afternoon I thought, okay, well, I've dodged a bullet here. And then they're going into the barriers for the last race and the sun just starts to peek through. I thought, I would have got him. Oh, he was too smart, knocking me back. I'm going to hunt him down on Saturday and have another crack because I'll have plenty of backup this time.
Yeah, you will. You will. We'll be looking for that. We've got to change the bowling here. It's our Centurion, I think, is coming on here, and we're looking at bowling change, I think, just to try and mix it up and try and quell the runs, which have flowed a little bit, but they're going to have to keep coming here because...
Yeah, so we're just, the run rate's reduced slightly from 9 now to, 8?
Yeah.
For those just tuning in, well, I guess it's rather late in Australia now. It's about
It is.
2 a.m. or so.
I mean, I think there was over 3 million we had at tuning in at peak hour, but we've probably just dropped off a bit from that down, I think. Yeah.
Dear. Well, since I've joined the commentary team, it would have plummeted for sure.
Well,
you've dipped in the ratings. Yes, so 10 after 2 a.m. Sydney time.
But I've just had a sheet handed me saying there's still about 700,000 in Melbourne that are still with us. So,
well, they love their sport in Melbourne.
They do love their sport, yeah.
What else is there to do?
not just dodge the rain, really, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Look at me trying to cause an interstate incident.
Indeed, with all
the bravery of being here in Ireland.
Indeed. Okay. Oh, but probably pitching outside of leg. I think that it was. Yeah, maybe a little optimistic. But we've seen a lot of great talent on display today, haven't we? It's been a bit of a feast here.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by it. It's a shame that the protest occurred when it did, because I was seriously under the impression that Randy Peach would get very close to 300, if not exceed it.
Yep. Okay, look, slower ball there. So yeah, this has certainly slowed the run rate up.
How would you describe the pitch here, or the pace of it?
Well, I think it's played pretty well. It seems to be a reasonable covering of grass, so the sort of balls come on. It certainly seemed to be well received early when the balls were flying over the boundary, didn't they? But yeah, it's a lovely ground. The outfield's in great condition, so I think it's a pretty good batting wicket today. There's a few people warming up, Darren. It's almost like everyone's looking to get a bit of a bowl. And your friend Dale Texas Walker could be due a few overs today of his off spin.
How much of the bowling's he done this campaign?
Well, a couple of stints, 4 overs, none for 16 in the first game, and then in the last game, I think it was 1 for 10 off 4. So he's been very economical. Okay. He told me last night he hadn't conceded a boundary. So far this trip.
It's been a great comeback by Dale. He's had serious health issues back in March, and it's been a slow recovery for him. But he's very determined character to get back in as quick as possible, and I think it's a good effort that he's out there playing.
It is.
So soon after his operations.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. And loving every minute of it.
Yeah, he thrives on it.
Okay, we've got quite a vociferous appeal.
Vociferous, yes, yeah. There was a bit of enthusiasm there.
Didn't get it. Here we go. We've got a replay here. So again, it's pitched a foot outside of leg stump. Yeah. It might be. His name might be next to the word optimistic in the dictionary, I think, Darren.
Yeah, fair enough.
It was. If Paul had given that one, I think he would have been banned from the tour. The touring umpire would have been banned.
Oh, we don't want more drama.
No, we don't want dramas. No, we've had enough today. But yeah, what a beautiful ground here. You've got the houses along the back and the side. You've got some cricket going on the background here with the nets and a lovely clubhouse.
Yes.
Which of course has a bar, which is always great for any touring team, isn't it?
And up until now, there's been no threat of the neighbour getting upset.
No.
Not one single ball's gone even close to going over that fence.
Yeah, which is probably a good thing, as he might be inside now having a nice glass of sherry and enjoying his evening meal.
Yeah, well, do they offer to give him a bottle or something?
Well, I think they did, yeah.
Some shush bottles.
I think in the end a bottle of vodka sort of did the job, and off he went. He was happy to go home, yeah.
Oh, they might do that for the commentators as well.
Well, yeah, you can only hope, can't you? Yeah, I mean...
See, we were discussing before, the run rate was 9, then it went to 8, and now it's basically down to 7.
Yeah.
Things are really slowing down.
Well, interesting, because now we've got to change the bowling. Nathan Stairs, the captain of the Randwick Petersham side, has brought himself on, bowling right arm off spin. This will be interesting. I think he's chosen the right arm. Unfortunately, hasn't started well. He's just dropped that one short. Has been pummeled through extra cover for 4. But good choice of ends, because we've got the right-handers hitting to the big boundary, obviously.
Yes,
Darren. So it'll be an interesting spell, this, because I imagine they're going to try and target him to try and get that rate up to 9 or 10 again. So
it was a well-timed 4 there for Pembroke. They just needed to come back a bit.
Yeah. And he just fired that one a little... Oh, that's beautifully fielded. It's really good fielding. Just fired that one a little bit quicker. But I imagine they're going to be trying to look to hit down the ground. The straight boundaries here are relatively short. So we'll see what happens here. But this could be an interesting spell. And while he's waiting to boil, your thoughts on the beer here, Darren? You like the local brew?
I'm mixing it up. Normally, I'm a stickler for Great Northern at home, and I just stick with Great Northern.
The mid-strength, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I find that's best as you
that's a beautiful shot. But dancing down the wicket, just chipped that one over mid-wicket for 6. That was a lovely shot. Sorry, too.
But since flying out of Sydney with Qatar on Saturday night after calling the races at Randwick,
right,
I don't think I've had the same beer in succession. It's been trying something different every time, from on the flight to Qatar to Copenhagen and now here. So
in many ways mixing it up.
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm not really a Guinness drinker, but I did threaten if I could eventually get out of Qatar and make it safely into Dublin, I'll neck a Guinness.
Okay. Well, we'll probably hold you to that later, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, so just speared down the leg side. He's just got a bit of pad on that one. So looking to just run 2 leg bys there. So just chipping away. One of the stars of the trip, Darren, has been a guy called Peter Rolls, who former Petersham Marrickville cricketer, who's sort of come over here has always been a mentor to the younger players on tour. Has performed really well. Certainly fielded unbelievably well the last game. Was willing to dive at any, and banged his head at one stage. We were concerned about concussion, but he sort of come back. So Peter's having a day off today, but we certainly look forward to seeing him later in this. You would have heard of Peter during.
We shared the Uber out here.
Oh, indeed,
yes.
Indeed, and you probably on your Uber, I imagine.
Well, it was all in the timing. I was out there, and the Uber's now only half a mile away. And so Dale organised the T-shirt for me, so I stood out, and it was good timing. They jumped in the back, and away we go.
Well, I mean, Peter's sort of renowned for that over the years, jumping in the back of an Uber.
Peter?
Yeah. So a solid
rust.
I'm in everyone's car.
Oh, there you go. The rust might stick now. Where's the WD-40 when you need it?
Yeah, indeed. So a good opening over there from Nathan, the Randwick Petersham captain. It's just sort of created a couple of half chances, as Peter has done Peter Rolls has done this trip with sort of variety of seamers and off-cutters and that sort of thing. So he bowls a bit of a mixed bag, Darren, as they say.
So 3 for 63. We're 8 overs down. So
It's been
Well,
an
we're back
okay
up.
start. I mean, they've kept it going, haven't they?
But they're basically, Pembroke have got themselves back up to an average of 9 and over now.
One of the other bonuses of the trip, Darren, has been we've got with us former New South Wales player in Wayne Mulherron. Wayne played for New South Wales as an off spinner back in the sort of 80s, 90s period, and was competing there with Greg Matthews for a spot in the New South Wales team. So Wayne's over with us. Not playing on this trip.
Right, okay.
I think those days are long behind him.
I see Greg Matthews around from time to time. He's a very avid punter on horse racing.
Yes. I think he keeps a lot of them, a lot of those apps well moistened, doesn't he? Yeah.
Right. Well moistened.
Yeah. Greg can find a bet at most places, I think. Yeah. He's been known to bet in Sweden at 4 a.m. I think.
You know your form well.
Yeah, he does, yeah. I mean, last week I think a couple of flies crawling up the wall. He had 2 to 1 on one of them,
and got beat in a photo.
He did, yeah, he did. Okay, just a bit of a holding period in the game now. Just working the ball around nicely. Just nice little clip to fine leg there and a single. But they're still sort of thereabouts with the rate, aren't they, Darren?
Yeah, very much so. On this current run rate, Pembroke a chance of really getting close to levelling up. So
yep.
I think the crowd will continue to pour through the gates as time goes on. I've seen another person come in.
Yeah,
and another.
And I believe they're now offering, I think, grandstand tickets for £2. So
£2.
I think.
What's that in euro?
I'm not sure, but it seems like there's an opportunity for people now to come down after work.
Yes.
And maybe see some great cricket.
Yeah, well, it's 5:15 now, local time. So what is it, about 10 hours to sunset?
Oh, 10 hours to sunset. There's a great shot, great, beautiful drive through, extra cover on the up there. So there's 4 more runs to the target. We just, as we said, we're at 66 for 3 after 8, or just moved up to 70 for 3 after 8. So this could be an interesting period coming through. We'd just be interested to see how the bowling changes come about. Did they bring Dale Texas Walker on soon to try and
bring out the big gun early?
Yeah, it's sort of to bring the Warnie of the group out early. Yeah.
Well, the crowd are hoping. The crowd back in Sydney, out west in Pemrook, will be hoping as well.
Yeah, well, it was probably listeners all over the country right now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I was surprised when you told me the number of viewers there early on. I think the game started about 11.
Well, apparently it's just it peaked. It was about 200,000 more than State of Origin from the other week. So that's a pretty good
200,000. Next, you'll tell me it was 2 million more
for the rugby league lovers out there. I mean, that's a pretty good result.
Yeah, and of course the State of Origin decider coming up on Wednesday, July 9.
What are your thoughts there, Darren, in terms of, can Queensland close it out, or did New South Wales finish the deal?
It was very wet conditions for Game 2 in Perth, and New South Wales, for some reason, just couldn't handle the conditions, the amount of drop ball, the loss of control of play. It was very concerning, but I think back on a dry deck in Sydney, New South Wales will beat Queensland.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, pound for pound, they're just a better team.
I think so, yeah. We've a little bit of a misfield there at mid-on, so that's 4 more runs to the total. So continuation of Nathan Stairs here, just bowling off spin from that end. He's bowling against the left-hand, right-hand combination, so this will certainly test him out.
It's easy to get a little discombobulated too when you're in this neck of the woods, when you want to keep up to date with racing or rugby league in Sydney with the time difference.
Yeah.
My beloved West Tigers will be playing on Friday, but I think it's about 9 a.m. Local time. So
well, you normally
keep me out too late.
You're normally just getting in there, Darren, aren't you?
Yeah, well, that's
straight from the casino or something.
Well, that was old Darren.
Here we go. Big hit to the long boundary there. That was beautifully timed. So they're looking to take on the spinner here and try and up this rate. It's gone for 4, but probably got about an 80-metre boundary up against a 30-metre boundary the other side, haven't we? Here?
That's right. You mightn't get a true perspective of it, but right of camera, it's very close to the boundary, and over there it's considerably wider.
A different beer every time, or would you like another Peroni?
Another Peroni would be lovely.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
I thought I was about to be kicked off here. I thought we're only on for 5 minutes.
I didn't read the contract, Darren, did you?
Oh, right. I'm glad there's a cushion on the seat.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we've got a couple more overs to go, don't we? While our producer is heading for the Peronis.
Yes.
We'll probably see him in about 10 minutes down at the pub ordering a steak, Darren.
It's funny, I went to Cairns Races a few weeks ago with a group of mates. Well, here we go.
Oh, we got big heave out.
Big hit.
Oh, but again, always beautiful fielding. It's a big hit out there, isn't it? It's a really big hit.
Yeah, your man's just kept that in play.
And I think they've canted through for a nice 2 there, haven't they?
Yeah, so the trip to Cairns, there was a group of 9 of us, and I rang one of my colleagues up there and asked if he could get us tickets to go in.
Right.
And they said, yeah, that'll be okay. But, another big hit.
And again, okay, just drop that one short. Again, a big hit out to the leg side. He's tried to get round, but he couldn't quite get that one. So all credit to anyone who hit a 4 that side of the ground. That's a solid hit.
Yeah, Randy Peets have they've got a game on their hands.
We have. Yeah, it's they've just upped the rate here, and we're just seeing how this next 5 overs will go. I think they'll probably determine the game. If they can get ahead of the rate, they might be getting a little bit of confidence here.
So on the topic of sing for supper or sing for your beers, I asked for tickets for 9 of us to go in. Yes, no problem. But we wouldn't mind you calling a race. I said, wasn't really keen to do it, but thought...
It was a busman's holiday, Darren, isn't it?
Do something early in a small field.
Yep.
So I was decided I'd call race 3. There was only 6 starters, so that was all easy enough. And fair play, the CEO came straight down and said, right, all of you, your team, go inside in the chairman's area, the air conditioning, and gave me a voucher for 200 on the bar. So I thought that was decent of him.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
It was great that you sold that to someone for 190 and headed off straight away, Darren, didn't you?
I can tell you, that was quickly consumed.
I can only imagine probably about 2 shouts, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Pembroke are really starting to pour it on now. We're at the 3rd way mark, 10 overs down, reduced to 30 in total, and it's now 91, 3 for 91.
Yeah, it's been a great little comeback the last few overs, and I think there'll be some nerves amongst the Randwick Petersham side, but still a long way to go. And Darren, with your horse race experience, can you talk a little bit about some of the greatest races that you've called and your favourites over the years?
Yeah, well, the one that's gave me the most amount of fame was the Grey Flash Chautauqua when he won the TJ Smiths in 2015, then again in 2016, and then he was shooting for 3 in a row in 2017, and he was right out the back and virtually no hope turning for home. And then, and here he comes, can he do it? Chautauqua, and the race has sort of gone viral, and even 8 years later they keep replaying the race over and over.
Wow.
It was the most spectacular win you've ever seen in horse racing, and fortunately I nailed it as a commentator, so that was one of my favourite moments.
Okay.
And calling the winning run of Winx, the greatest mare we've ever seen, winning 34 in a row, brought a lot of pressure to.
I'm sure it did.
Commentating on her.
Yeah.
Because there was always great expectation that she'd win, and you try and keep the commentary fresh and something different every time she went around.
Yeah.
And when they finally announced that she's retiring, I said, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, right.
I said,
I don't have to come up with any more new lines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Can just go back to relaxing a little bit.
And you're a man who enjoys the day of the races. When you're off duty, and here we go. We just got a little bit of a full toss there. Has been pummeled over mid-on for 4. So 96 for 3 after 10. So It's certainly a game on here. The locals have come back strong in this game.
They really have, without sort of overdoing it or trying to play it now like a one day to do the catch up. They've got their strategy here, and they're pulling it off quite well.
Yeah.
Eddie Otto's tuning in, obviously. Eddie can't sleep tonight.
Right, so there is someone listening in Australia. That's fantastic, isn't
Eddie.
it? Yeah.
He's a fellow Tigers man as well.
He is.
We suffer together, and it's Eddie's birthday as well. Happy birthday,
Happy
Eddie.
birthday, Eddie, yeah.
Eddie Otto.
Of course, a former Randwick Petersham cricketer of some note, a first-grade Centurion.
Yes.
And some really flighted left-arm orthodox as well.
And unfortunately broke down in what we mentioned earlier in the running of the Coogee gift, and that basically brought an end to that novelty event. When Eddie did the hammy, and there were grave concerns for his welfare that day. That's it, no more.
And in many ways brought an end to Eddie's cricketing career as well, I think. Yeah.
But he's still actively involved.
He is, yep.
It's a shame he's not out here.
Yep, he's sadly missed on this trip, but I can only imagine he's tucked into the corner of the Doncaster now hotel in Kensington with a lager, just enjoying the commentary.
They would have caught last drinks at the Donny a while back.
Well, depends who's serving, I suppose. But could be a lock-in maybe, or.
Yeah, I think Charles Kelly there at the Doncaster, he likes them to be over in that poker machine area at this hour of the night.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Well, we've big news here, Darren, because Dale Texas Walker has been brought on from the housing end to bowl his off spin. He started with a dot ball, so great friend of yours, obviously, and someone who's done pretty well this trip with the ball.
Yeah, it's tremendous to see. As I mentioned earlier there, Dale's had some pretty serious health issues to deal with earlier in the year, and he's got a great passion for cricket, all sport in fact. But yeah, this means a lot to Dale to be out here with the lads and getting heavily involved in this tour.
Yeah, and he's been a great part of the tour. Very economical action. He comes off a short run and just is able to find that accuracy against the middle order.
He was happy to pass on the news that he was man of the match for a fixture there in England. And during the Uber ride out here today with Roller, I was given more information on that.
Okay.
So if Dale gets cheeky with me at any stage over the next few days, I'll bring that up.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's always good to know. Just fired that one in and hit the pad. So again, it's a good start for Dale with his off breaks, and he sort of had this ability just to slow the run rate in all the games.
We need him to be the cooler.
Yeah.
Come and slow things down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pembroke are getting too cheeky.
Yeah, and they're going to look to get after him here, I think. But again, just beautifully bowled. Oh, that's it. He's gone for his first boundary.
Yes.
First boundary of the tour, Darren, which is... I got 20 to 1. I had tenner at 21. He wasn't going to go for one, so that my money's blown.
Oh, okay. Well, there'll be more opportunities.
Yeah, it was a crazy bet. It really was.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Good thing about betting, there's always a next race.
Indeed.
Next event.
Oh, he's just over. He's got away with that one. He's just sort of over pitched.
It has been the cool, calm display here by Pemrook, and the narky neighbour that's brought an intrusion to the game. We're reduced from 35 to 30 because there was a threat that the whole game was going to get cancelled.
Indeed.
Big protest.
And that was pretty concerning for everyone. I thought...
I was fearful that I brought the bad luck because being involved under the missiles in Doha on Monday night, I've lost the luggage twice now. Well, not me, the airline has. And the flight delays, it's been one drama after another, and then the next minute, enjoying the game, I thought, what's going on here? A brouhaha at the club.
Indeed. Well, initially there were thoughts that the guy wasn't a fan of your racing commentary, and that was what the problem was. But that got sorted out pretty quickly.
Well, we haven't seen him since, and fortunately no balls have gone over the fence to upset said narky neighbour.
Indeed.
I mean, if you live over the fence of a cricket ground, what do you expect?
Yeah, it's what's happening.
It's like living next to a train line and blowing up about the trains going past. So 3 for 105, 11 overs down. Pembroke chasing 261 for Randwick Petersham. on their 25th anniversary tour. So 30 overs to chase. We've got 19 to go. Here from the Pembroke Cricket Club, just outside of Dublin. Bit of a breeze building up as well. And this shot well covered, well inside the boundary. Yeah, the wind is starting to gust up a bit. You can feel it. And can see it in the flags as well. There's a lot of activity going on outside the ground as well. A lot of young girls are using the nets here for a bit of practice as well, whilst they glance over at the main event here. Well, I've been left on my own here now. I've stepped in a guest role and, oh good, you're back. I thought, well, been left high and dry here, but obviously the wind is sort of playing a bit of a factor.
Well, Darren, I had to wander around and just get an update from the skipper on what the tactics were from here, and it's come back that they're looking to probably go spin from one end and pace from the other, so...
Okay.
Just a bit of an insight there, Darren, just into how it's all going here at the ground, and try and bring it out from the tour's perspective.
So just try and break down the rhythm a bit.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
it's starting to get dangerously into a very forward motion here.
Yeah, it's looking like it could end up being a pretty close finish, but again, as we know, I mean, we saw that yesterday with England, of course, didn't we? In that run chase, how a couple of wickets in the middle put them off a bit, but then a great partnership at the end got them home. And Darren, for those going to the Curra races on Saturday, any tips at this stage, or a bit early for that?
No, I've only just arrived in this country about 3 or 4 hours ago. I haven't even got that far ahead of myself.
Normally you'd be studying the form on the plane, wouldn't you, to see what was coming up?
Yes, but yeah, I'm sort of just switching off. I certainly will get into that when we get closer to the day. Just getting a message through on the live chat. It's wonderful to get to watch these cricket matches from the US.
Oh, wow.
Where cricket isn't very popular. Cricket fans like me appreciate your broadcast, and greetings from Tennessee.
Wow.
Through on the live stream here.
You never quite know the reach, Darren, do you? I mean,
no, that's true.
We've made someone's day in Tennessee, and we're both available to go over and do a couple of NFL games, aren't we, in the summer?
And if you want to send us a little bottle of Jack Daniels, we'll gladly accept it. It's from Tennessee.
Indeed.
80% tariff on
80% tariff. Oh dear, that's that Donald Trump, isn't it?
Lovely to hear from the listener and the viewer in Tennessee. Always a pleasure. The cricket is going so well out there. Of course, I
better not mention Donald Trump if they're listening from the US.
No, it might
I don't want to get a visa cancelled next time I go there.
It could be the end of your bottle of bourbon coming over, Darren, I think. So Dell, Texas Walker, continuing from the housing end, and he's been pretty solid so far. He's not bowling a lot of rubbish, is he?
No, that's right. I think they've only really hit him solidly.
Oh, and he's nearly sneaked one through there. He's skidded one through that, nearly got through the defences, but again, he's just proving that the sort of changes of pace.
And Dale's a master tactician.
Yes.
He's got a plan.
Yeah, he has a plan for everything, doesn't he?
Senior member of the team.
Yep.
It's not his first rodeo.
No. And again, he's probably a bit unlucky there. He's fired that one through, and he's got a big, thick outside edge that's run down to the third man boundary, and they've picked up 2. So
a strong chase there from the CEO.
Yeah, the CEO has had a big day. Having given the speech at the embassy, he's still going strong and chasing him down to the boundary.
Yes.
What a trooper.
Hopefully there'll be a replay of the said speech at the embassy for viewers later on.
Yeah, I think they're using it now for a lot of the motivational talks that are coming up over the next 2 or 3 weeks. And Dale, of course, a former radio presenter himself, wasn't he, Dale, with the Talking Sport 2SM team?
Yeah, well, Dale and I first met at a Greyhound newspaper called the Greyhound Recorder at Summer Hill in about 1986. He's quite a podgy fella back then.
Right.
And he was wearing this awful Manly jersey.
Right, and which is never going to get you a lot of love anywhere, is it?
No, not in the Summer Hill region.
No.
Anyhow, I was calling the Mossvale Dogs, and then Dale decided that he wouldn't mind giving the race calling a bit of a crack, and basically we sort of followed each other around in the calling ranks of the Greyhounds and then the Trots, and we've known each other for a long time.
Well, it sort of could be described almost a Batman and Robin, couldn't you, type situation?
And I was in Hong Kong as the commentator there for 16 years, and Dale even came over to Hong Kong and had a little bit of a stint with us on the microphone there.
And was he warmly received in Hong Kong, Dale?
Yes. Well, he's
dulcet tones,
man about town.
Yeah, yes.
Who couldn't love Dale?
Yeah, he knows all the best places to go, doesn't he?
Yes.
Well, he just conceded when they just punched off the back foot to mid-on. So 120 for 3 after 12 overs. I mean, the rate has gone up significantly.
Well, so we're now 10.
Yeah, so we
It was like at 9, then it went to 8, then it went to 7, and now it's crept up, and now 10. Danger.
If we were ringing up Ladbrokes at the moment, I mean, I don't know what odds we were going to get now.
I'm not sure if my employer, tab.com.au, are offering live betting on this.
Actually, I've heard they're the best ones to go through, aren't they?
Yes. Only problem is, I think now to do the live betting there, you've got to be in venue betting with the EBT, but I think there might be a Churchill's, they'll still be open, or South Juniors.
Well, it's only, you're only a call away, Darren.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
From placing on a greyhound race in South Africa or something at this time?
I was framing my own overs and unders line earlier on when Ecknor was just absolutely on fire, and I thought, we'll go 300 here, overs, unders.
And that was, that was definitely on the cards, wasn't it?
But
fate intervened, didn't it?
They got him out, and then the protest Pemrook.
Yeah. But in many ways, the reduction to the 30-over game may be a bonus.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope they're well prepared at the bar too for that slightly earlier finish.
Yeah. Well, based on the way our guys are going, I think they've been prepared for quite a while now.
Yes. I had to say, in the early stages of this innings, I didn't think we'll be in a situation where this may go down to the wire, and I get that feeling now it will.
Yeah, it's. I think we might have. It could be a little mischance. So it seems like maybe change of bowling this end, and might have been a little nick there to the keeper. I'm not quite sure, but a bit of disappointment in the ranks. But we'll check that one afterwards with the skipper, see what he thinks. Okay, he's just sort of speared that one down the leg side, so looks like they've picked up a couple there. So this is an unbelievable effort, really, from you, Darren, just to, off the plane, straight to the ground.
Yes.
Peroni in hand, busman's holiday, and here you are commentating on the cricket.
And that's right. In Doha the other night, I actually got when I could see the missiles coming in, well, initially it looked like fireworks, and I thought, the instinct was I better grab the phone here. If this is going to be the end of me, I better get a quick clip and pass it on.
So I thought you said you're going to get a quick selfie or something, just in case.
No, I was packing it. I literally thought this could be the end.
Wow. Okay.
And so I only did one clip, and I actually got what proved to be a bit of a money shot. Channel 9 used it on their coverage, and then they've rang me. They've seen. I put it on Twitter, and they've contacted me and wanted me to go on the Today Show. So I had to stay up several hours with the time difference to do that, and then I was getting calls from various media outlets if I could also join.
Wow, so you almost become a celebrity again overnight.
Now I've become known as the war correspondent.
Right, okay. Okay, so 2 careers in the offing now.
Yeah, so I've gone from war correspondent to now co-cricket commentator all in the space of 48 hours.
I mean, it proves without anything else that you're very versatile, aren't you?
Yes. Big appeal, but it's fallen on deaf ears.
It has. I think that probably pitched outside of leg stump, but I think looking for a wicket here. I think any opportunities will be taken here at the ground. Pembroke's it's a little bit cloudy at the moment. Light's got a little bit dimmer, but.
And the wind comes in waves. Like about 5 minutes ago, that wind was really starting to gust up, and it's starting to hit my bladder a little bit too on the side.
Well, obviously, you know, whenever you need to wander off for 5 minutes, that's fine. But that's
of course, I've turned up with no luggage, thanks to a mishap there.
Well, for obviously everyone can't see, but you've got Madonna's jeans with. You've got Madonna's jeans with some rips in them and some Randwick Petersham cricket gear, haven't you?
Yeah, well. Yeah, sometimes the media might get dressed by some high-profile operations, but I'm dressed by Dale Walker tonight. I'm
right,
grateful. Great, he's a good friend.
Well,
and he's ripped jeans.
Well, they certainly suit you. And when you go clubbing tonight, I think you're going to be warmly received, aren't you?
Oh. Now, what are we getting? More reports coming through. Great pair of Aussies on comms. They speak as much shit as the good self. Very entertaining. Can I say that word?
I think you've just done it, Darren. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, it was a poo emoji.
I'm seeing that as an enormous compliment. I don't know about you.
Yes, well, it's good to get the feedback.
Well, sometimes it's, we've tried to give a bit of an overview of the cricket, but we've also brought in a few other topics, haven't we? We've had the racing, We've had your trip from Doha, we've gone through your jeans and the fact you've got your luggage hasn't turned up.
And we've still got 14 overs to go.
We have, and we're looking for the backups, but they don't seem to have arrived. But we've got a little break here. We've got a drinks break, so we'll come back in a couple of minutes when play's going to continue. But in the meantime, Darren, your trip here is going to be very social, I imagine, and a lot of time spent catching up with the Randwick Petersham cricketers. And
well, that's right. It is annual leave for me now, and it's a good time of the year to switch off because in Australia now, the winter racing it's very low key, and your employers always insist you've got too much annual leave building up. We need you to take some. I said, just relax. Don't worry. When we get to the winter, I'll use it well up. So now's the time. So I'm going to switch off really and not follow the Australian racing too much for the fear of knocking off valuable funds required for this holiday.
The trip, yes. And the exchange rate not favourable for the Aussie dollar, is it?
It's been brutal for years.
It has.
It really is. And when I paid 80 krone for a Carlsberg last night, and I wasn't really thinking it would be that much, and then to realise it's 20 Australian dollars for basically a schooner of beer that's made in that country, I thought, oh dear.
Well, I hope you took your time drinking it.
I did actually, which is not normally my modus operandi, but I did go a little bit slower than I normally would.
And just who as a race caller, who were the guys that you sort of looked up to and loved when you were growing up?
Two of them, of course. The great Ian Craig, who was the radio commentator, and I think as a young kid, when I used to listen to Ian and think, I'd love to be Ian Craig one day.
Yep.
And as it turned out, Ian retired quite some time ago now, when Matt Hill took over from Ian. And as fate's turned out, Matt Hill has really worked himself to be not just the greatest race caller in Australia, but probably now the greatest sports commentator in Australia. Matt then decided to leave Sydney to go to Melbourne in 2015, and that opened the door for me to leave Hong Kong and come to Sydney.
Yep.
So it all sort of turned out a bit of acts of fate there. So that childhood dream of taking the position that Ian Craig held was a dream that's eventually come true. Matt Hill got the opportunity to go back to Melbourne, and he is just at the absolute top of his game.
Yep.
And of course, the other is the legendary Johnny Tapp.
Yes,
of course. I have to say, both Ian and John, they're into their 80s now, but I'm in regular contact with John Tapp. He's a very sprightly man. His mind is sharp.
Yep.
He's very busy. He's always out there doing something, and I thoroughly enjoy every time I catch up with John. He's just got the best dialogue of anyone, the most boring story, he can just twist it around and add his little, his special vocabulary, and he can turn a very boring story into something that's very very entertaining.
I wish there were a few more like him on this trip, to be honest, Darren.
Yes.
They can turn a great story into the most boring one.
That's right.
Some of the people,
the great wordsmith and the great storyteller is John Tapp, and they're two outstanding callers, no doubt.
And do you have to do, for a race day? How much preparation do you have to do leading into that?
Yeah, a fair bit. For the races on Saturday, I'll normally start doing some form on Thursday afternoon or get into it Friday. But what the form involves is printing up the form, because I get involved in doing preview shows. And for the purpose of doing tips on each race, I'm watching replays of the last start of certain horses, watching a lot of the barrier trials, which I find critical. Because it gives you an indication how well the horse is going now, not what it might have done 3 months ago or 6 months ago. And just looking at the paper form as well. And while I'm doing that, I'm looking at the colours, the names, and all of a sudden it all sort of means something. So by the time we get to race day on Saturday, I'm not thinking too much about what this horse's name is, what colours it is. I pretty much already know. So when the gates open and they charge out of the barriers, I've got a feel for the race, what I sort of expect to lead and where they should be and how the race might pan out. So I find it's very helpful that I'm not just flying blind or coming in and sort of struggling to remember everything. It's the preparation.
Unlike today,
zero preparation flying in from Copenhagen with SAS.
But you've handled it like a true pro.
I wasn't expecting to be sitting on the bench here. Now covered with a light jacket, which is a bit of a bonus.
It is, but luckily a nice Peroni in front of you and going, life doesn't get much better than this.
Nastro Nazura. Very nice.
Indeed, And okay, so we're heading back after the drinks break in what is a crucial part of the game. 129 for 3 after 15. So 15 overs to go.
So there we go. We're bang on. On the current trajectory, this could go close to a dead heat.
They're very much. I'm not sure if there's a super over. We might have to ring the neighbour to find out if he's happy.
Do we have golden point at the cricket?
We can try and bowl at a stump or something in the middle. I don't know, but
as long as there's no sin bins or bunker interference.
No, we've got a field set up, and so we're continuing with Dale Texas Walker bowling his off spin from the housing end. And looks like he's got the same field. He's having a chat here about, I think, maybe where the boundaries are going to be hit. But he's bowled very straight, Darren, hasn't he? He's bowled very straight.
He doesn't mind a chat, Dale.
No, he does. Yeah, took a glass eye to sleep, didn't he? As they say.
Yes. I like how you keep referring to it as the housing end. I'm just going to check. It's the southwestern end of the Pembroke cricket club.
Right. Okay.
The southwestern's end.
Well, that's much better. I'm happy with that.
No, I like the housing.
Okay, so we're off and running. It just bowled a nice length and just punched that one.
Thank goodness the locals' windows haven't been under siege at the southwestern end at any stage.
Yeah, that could have been nasty. Yeah, we don't want 15 people appearing on the pitch, do we?
Yeah, the incident which occurred, the stopping a play earlier, was on the northwestern side.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something the courts will have to deal with, I think, Darren. I'm not sure if you're going to okay to be flown back as a witness for this, or
I know nothing. Nothing.
Okay. So Walker continuing again with this change of pace. He's just dropped one short there and just held it back, and the batsman's tail got it off the bottom of the bat. So again, they're finding it hard to get him away, aren't they?
I mean, the whole incident of trying to get the game called off earlier could have been misconstrued as a bad act of sportsmanship by the local neighbour.
Yeah, I think
fearing that it was going to be a massacre.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to me, yeah. But I guess after an hour, I thought maybe, okay, you've done your thing now, you could head off.
I mean, is this common in cricket games to have?
Never seen it before.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so we've got something first today.
Well, we don't
apart from Dale Walker going for a boundary, which was also a first today.
We don't want to cast aspersions on that narky neighbour, but
no,
who knows?
Okay, so 50 runs scored. Great little knock, actually, wasn't it? Just chipped the ball around and showed a fair bit of form, and very busy innings, I think we could describe it as.
Absolutely. Yes, the pace it's been fluctuating, but it's right up there now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people just not quite sure where this game's going to go.
And as the minutes go on, the crowd is getting bigger.
It is.
By the moment.
We're now counting the number of dogs. That have
Even
arrived,
some on 4 legs have now appeared.
Yep. Oh, and it's 4 wides there. So Dale's unfortunately speared that one down the leg side and have been missed by the keeper. He's gone for 4 wide. So that's.
He'll be spoken to later about this.
Yeah, he doesn't look overly happy with the decision, but
hands on hips.
I guess you're not going to take on the umpire. He's also a former police officer.
No, that's right. Yeah, we've had enough drama here today.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I mean, a nice quiet end to the game. We hope.
A big appeal there from Tex.
Oh, but stoic, non-response.
Yes.
Not happy. Probably heading down the leg side. If looking at the replay, might just been sliding down. But certainly, Dale, Texas Walker, is brought a new dimension to the game, hasn't he?
He certainly brought some theatre to that.
Yeah, he has. Oh, he's just speared that one down, but that's been leg glance and. CEO John.
He tried to reach out with the foot, but no, it's gone over the rope. Over the rope for 4.
I mean, in many ways, would that be fair to say that it wasn't the greatest piece of fielding you've ever seen, Darren?
Well, it looked to be under control. He tapped it with the...
Oh, we just got to replay the LB. Oh, he's come across. I mean, it couldn't have been too far away. Maybe he just hit him outside of off stump, outside the line.
Completely
Maybe
unfazed. It's like he didn't even consider the option.
No, it's at the end of the day, he's one of the best umpires we've got on tour.
Yes,
he's in fact the only one we've got with us. But he's an outstanding umpire.
But in regards to that last play there, I thought the CEO had that covered. But he sort of tried to put his foot on it, and then it bounced through, and
it did.
It's gone in for 4.
I mean, it was a sort of comedy of errors, wasn't it? Okay, so we're continuing with spin here. So we get an all-spin attack at both ends. And I guess, just hope that they can dry up the flow of runs, just maybe keeping some singles here and just get that run rate down.
Yeah, that's very critical now.
It's a big drive. Oh, that's great fielding from the skipper. Great drive to mid-on and... brave fielding, really, wasn't it?
Yes.
A little braver than what we saw a minute ago, I think.
Well, he's reduced a possible 4 down to just 2 runs there on that occasion.
And that could be the difference at the end.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. This is going to get very close. So saving every run counts.
It's done a full toss, but it's gone straight out to Dale Texas Walker at mid wicket and well fielded, and he's kept that to a single. So again. So we just got away with 1 there.
That's right. I mean, so 3 runs there, but it could have easily been 8.
Yes, and as we know in these games, but certainly with this short boundary, the boundaries can stack up very quickly here.
Yes, and over on the side there, that is very much the short boundary.
Yeah, the one with the nice houses, that side, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, where neighbour leaves his door open and complains when the cricket ball goes rolling down the hallway.
I think I spotted him a minute ago, just sitting on the fence there with a can of beer, just cheering the game on. So he might have had a big turnaround here.
Well, he's obviously not tuned into this YouTube coverage tonight. Otherwise, we probably still wouldn't be sat here.
Yeah, we'd probably be receiving a visit from the local police ourselves tonight.
In our lofty commentary box here.
Indeed, I mean, we sort of it's all
at the northern end.
No expense spared here, is there?
At the no housing end.
No housing end, yes, indeed. The net end, maybe.
Yeah, a lot of the local girls here.
Just training now.
Training in the nets.
Looking forward to the weekend's game. I mean, the crowd certainly built up, hasn't it, in the last hour or so?
Oh,
I mean, there's someone else turned up.
Yes,
I think he just heard the bar was open. I think.
Yes. Well, so 14 overs to go. There'll be plenty more to flow through the open turnstiles here today. It's free admission.
Well,
this afternoon.
They just announced that over the tannoy. I think. Yeah,
that's
free admission finally. And then they said also if it goes into tomorrow, it's only a $5 to get in. If
Oh,
we play
beautiful.
Tomorrow, yeah. Or they're always gone for a bit. Or that should be out, and it is.
Yeah, well
So
called.
went for a big hit over mid wicket. Just again sliced it. Got a big top edge and a simple catch taken there at a backward point. So that's a big loss. You know, the half century maker there is gone. And they're going to have to rebuild and try and hammer through here. So it's a lot happening here at the moment, but that wicket I think is probably put Pembroke in a tricky situation here. They were chasing a lot of runs. They were ahead of the rate, but now looking pretty solid in terms of what they've got left. But this next partnership could be crucial, I think.
Well, many thanks to our commentators for having joined us. Hey, just stay on, if you're happy enough. No, you work away. I'll look after it. You wouldn't believe the number of games I sit here for 80, 100 overs by myself.
I'm into my final over here, so I'm just going to do one more over, and I'm going to leave it in the hands of Craig, my illustrious friend, who's done a fantastic job all day, and hopefully you've enjoyed the little interlude from the Australians.
Certainly have, and our viewers have as well. They get bored listening to me day in, day out.
No, they love you. They said, well, they want more of you. They want more games here, daily basis.
We're nearly here on a daily basis at the moment. We cover about 5 games a week.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter whether it's men's firsts or men's sixths or women's firsts.
And
or women's
how's this stacked up today as a match?
I tell you, if the two clubs were to put out their first 11s, you'd be in for a cracking competitive game.
Yeah.
I think this. Well, I think the batting by the Randy Peets in the first innings really did.
I mean, that century was, that's as clean a hitting as you'll see, isn't it? That was absolutely outstanding.
Certainly our neighbour would agree with the clean hitting part of it.
Yeah, he was. It certainly was an interesting point of the match. I haven't seen that before in the cricket field.
No.
I'm not sure it would happen at Lord's somehow.
Well, once again, due diligence, and when you buy a house.
Yeah, exactly. You sort of get an idea of what's next to the house, haven't you?
Yeah. I mean, if you think you're going to come into this area of Dublin, you were talking about BMWs and Mercedes in a suburb of Sydney earlier, but if you're going to come into this area of Dublin and you see a big green area like this, I mean, the land is worth so much.
Yeah.
You've got to think, well, what are they using it for if they're not using it for building?
Would this be seen as one of the most exclusive parts of Dublin?
Well, it would be one of the most expensive anyway.
Yeah, right, okay.
Dublin 4, Sandymount, beautiful little village. And again, we're only 2 miles away from the centre of a European city.
Yes.
Capital city.
Yes.
It's quite amazing.
Yep. And it certainly went past some stunning houses here today. Oh, we just fired that one in. It looked like slightly quicker, and just a player missed Del Texas Walker, proving quite difficult to get away today. So he's done this all trip, just bowling these sort of little cutters and little off spinners that have proved very effective. Oh, he's looking to reverse. Oh, he's given that wide. That's slightly controversial, maybe. Dale's taken it in good stead, as he normally does.
We always have discussions about that, don't we?
Yeah.
Plays a reverse on this occasion, came off the bat.
He did. He's just got a bit of bottom edge there, I think, and just run away for a single.
Close to 150 now, still another 110 required.
Indeed. Craig, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much. Glad you enjoyed it.
It's been a lot of fun, and love listening to your commentary throughout the day.
Thank you very much.
So we look forward to you closing the game out here.
We will indeed.
So as the two Ronnies would say, it's good night from me, it's good night from him.
Good night. Thanks very much. 18 overs gone now, 149 for 4 on the board. Pembroke require 262, and I might just give James a shout.
Yeah, well, if it's super over, we'll come back out, right?
Well, I hope you did enjoy those 18 overs of commentary from the two lads from the Randy Peets. And I'm sure they covered many interesting topics. They were there or thereabouts on the horse racing, on Qatar. I mean, Greyhounds. They were there or thereabouts.
No, they were very entertaining. G'day, Craig. How are you?
Good. How was work?
Oh, yeah, still there, paying the bills.
Yeah.
What can you say?
Flexi time, ain't it great?
Well, no, I'll just start early and leave early if I can. That's yeah.
But
So
that's the thing about flexi time is you can.
Might have turned you down by mistake there. Sorry.
Must be no harm.
Well, yeah, I was enjoying the runs fest that was happening earlier. I was trying to sort of watch that covertly at work, you know, with the sound off and all this sort of stuff. And then all of a sudden I thought, oh yeah, they're going to get about 6,000 runs on the board. And
yeah, we saw your score prediction.
Well, I made the assumption it's a 50 over game. That was one thing. And if they're going at that rate, then I thought that was reasonably conservative. I was originally going to say about 630, but then I thought there'll be a couple of people collapse, you know, get a few early wickets, and that boy could hit the ball.
He's the pro up in Phoenix. He's one of the guys that they've sort of said, we're coming over, you play with us, so come and play with us.
Fantastic. Yeah, he was great. Really entertaining to watch, and it was even just as much entertainment in a weird way when the neighbour came on, but enough's been said about that, I suppose.
Oh, you can get rid of that one. Oh, well,
so if we have any fence manufacturers out there or construction people who wanted some sponsor on cricket side or cricket ground, they'd be most welcome. Bit of cyclone fencing extensions.
That one goes out on the offside for Robin Kelly. He's still there. He's on 37. Bruce Whaley with a half century earlier on.
That's good to see, wasn't it?
Pembroke going along at a good rate. Whether it's a good enough rate, time will tell. We've 12 overs or 11 and what's remaining in this one. Oh, you know it.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was a shame to see the openers hole out basically one ball after each other.
Yeah.
But no, I think Bruce and who's out there at the moment now? Yeah, it's giving him.
Yeah.
Hit him on the arm or something, did it?
The batsman thinks it hit him on the bat.
Yeah, no, hit him on the arm and
that's
tell your story, walking putty, as they say.
He's on his way, going down to reverse sweep and not getting bat on it, according to the umpire. And that's another wicket down. 5 down now for Pembroke.
Yeah, it was interesting to see a bit of blue language there before when the catch was dropped.
Yes, very blue. Very blue. As I say, normally with the swear words that we hear in Dublin, we consider it to be a part of ordinary life, and we don't apologise for such language. Well, if it outside the line, possibly. Yeah. Anyway,
it was given.
Yes, look in the book; it's out. But might have been bat involved or glove or something, and
it's
and
close
might have hit him outside line. It's one that, as a batsman, you'd appeal it. Yeah, Grant. But on this occasion, we don't have that technology. We have almost everything else, but not that technology.
Yeah, maybe next season.
Yeah. This could be Harry St Ledger now, left-handed.
Right. I'm hoping to have a net tonight as well.
Yeah. I'm sure.
I've got a game on Saturday, so I might have to brush up a few cobwebs. Haven't played for 2 weeks. Not that it's going to really help me, but
yeah.
Anyway, that's enough about me. Back to the game. Do you ever tell you the story about? That was a good ball. Straightened up nicely.
Kept out. End of the over. Well, the umpire's certainly earning his corn today. He's doing both ends. The travelling umpire. Pembroke not providing an umpire, just a series of players standing at square leg. Phil Blackley did the first innings.
It looked like Phil, and I thought, am I seeing things? Because I had a very small screen. I couldn't really overtly open it up on my big screen at work and have a squiz. But anyway, well done, Phil. It's a shame we don't have live scoring. But yeah, missed the breaks. It's just good to see what we have anyway. It's getting a little bit overcast now. Still pretty light considering, but a bit of sun wouldn't go astray.
Yeah, every so often we've seen little glimpses of blue, but there hasn't been that much. But it's been warm. It's been a perfect day for playing cricket. If you're running around the paddock, you're staying warm.
Like the lad said earlier, a bit of a breeze. That's a good shot, but it's going to be a man out there on the boundary.
Morning, Skip.
Morning, Skip. How you going?
3 out of 3.
Yeah, we've only lost one. We had to forfeit one, and if we knew what we knew now, we would have just said, we can front a team up. No worries.
Yeah, then watch the rain come down.
Yep.
Brush your hair time. Well, 100 off 15, I think, is about what we're going to end up needing here.
It's off 30 though, isn't it?
Just 30 overs, yep, 11 to go. 10 to go after this. So about 10 and over Pembroke looking for, but with 5 wickets down, that's the difficulty for them now.
It's possible. It's going to be a good chase if it is. It's a wide.
Sharp work by the keeper, getting back for the possible stumping. Is my phone on that chair at a table? And also cigarettes and lighter.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Okay.
He's getting the ball through at a reasonable pace. It's almost like a, not really a spinner, it's almost like a
medium pacer.
Medium pacer, kind of like
somebody like Derek Underwood, who used to just push it, really push it through, and if it took turn. Thank you very much, Niall.
Well, tried to cut that away and did everything he could to get an edge, but didn't. Went through to the keeper's gloves, and just a dot. It's getting a little bit of drift in the air there as well. This one, it's just rolls up your fielder's arm. Maybe he took him in the face a bit, but he's okay.
Well, if Francois in Durbanville is watching now, thank you very much for the picture of your driving licence. Could I get a picture of the other side of it as well? It's almost like you're grooming somebody. Send me your picture.
Yes.
I'll send you a text as well.
Yes.
Is he a Nigerian prince, funny?
10 overs to go then. Pembroke need 103 for victory. 5 wickets down.
Yeah, well poised, isn't it, for a big bombastic finish?
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a big bombastic hitter.
Well, they all seem to be able to hit it pretty well. It's just interesting to see what the bowling's going to do.
Rob Kelly facing now.
That sounded like a bit of an explosion, but
that's
it's well
a
fielded.
Nice bit of fielding in the ring. He gets through safely though for the single.
But yeah, he saved 3 though, didn't he? It was hit pretty well.
Walk into the wrong end. Pay attention.
Yes.
So Pembroke need 10 and over if they're to win this challenge game.
This one down leg's going to be a wide. Starting to the line. Maybe.
Thank you very much, Francois.
This one's in the air a little bit, and it is caught. Oh, it's beautiful. Caught at mid-wicket there. Lovely low catch.
Well, another wicket falls for Pembroke, and you get the feeling this chase is just going to subside now. However,
that's a serious mallet.
Yes,
There's a few of them, isn't there?
There's a bit of practice going on there.
That was a good catch. Kind of wasn't quite sure whether he actually got down to it or not, but good work in the end. Sends the batter home. This tips the equation in favour of the visitors, you'd think.
Yeah, very much so. Still 101 required, and this is how Harry St Ledger departed.
Just chipped it too high.
Oh,
good shot there.
Couch.
Lovely catch.
Danny Hogan at square leg, completely unmoved. That brings to the wicket now the red helmet of one Jack Tector, captain today.
Oh, okay.
Coming in at number 8. He's given youth its head earlier on. Bruce Whaley, as I say, with a lovely half century. And he's coming in at number 8 now.
No, it's good to see Bruce get more runs. Hopefully he gets a few more for the season as well. Got a little pause at the end of his run up. Sort of jump something.
One of those sort of timing issue things, isn't it?
Yeah. Interesting though.
John O'Shea, the absolute exponent of that. Sandyford player of past. He used to have a whole deliberate stutter at the start.
Is he the guy that got the ton? The blue.
No.
Out
the back.
Oh, okay. He had that's not the shot to play.
An interesting shot to try.
Yeah, it's sort of like a real good number 11 shot, really. That one, wasn't it? Yeah. Maybe he's
waving at it.
Maybe he's just trying to lull them into a false sense of security.
Kelly going for the big one. Jack calls him through for the leg bye. The throw is to Kelly's end, and he's there safely. Drama averted.
Good work there from Jack, but he's just put himself off strike.
Yeah, the non-striker's end
so I'm not
again.
quite sure if that was quite the plan that they needed, but...
Well, I think with these two batsmen, it doesn't really matter which one's facing.
No.
Both full stroke players.
Yeah, they're strong lads, very capable. Get it out of the middle more often than not.
But the Randy Peets, they will be delighted with the way this match is going. At the same stage, they were actually behind Pemrook, but it was their late over assault. They had so many wickets in hand, James, that they could just throw everything at it.
Yeah, that's the advantage you have, isn't it, when you get a big score like that with nothing down.
Oh,
that's not a bad shot. And that's going to get another ball time, I think.
That's a super shot from Kelly. It takes him on to 46. And really, he'd made up his mind quite early, used his feet beautifully, and once he hit it, it stayed hit. I'm waiting for that bird to get hit and then into the ground.
Yeah.
Super shot from Kelly. He's on 46 now.
They're onto the white ball now, aren't they? Wasn't that pink? Good to see you, Claire.
See you, Claire.
Absolute legend, Claire Shillington.
Well, you bandy that word around, but on this occasion, James, I agree absolutely wholeheartedly with you.
I don't use that trivially. She really is.
She is.
Trivially? That's not even a word.
Triviality.
That's the word. I was trying to find the... anyway, it doesn't matter. Move on. Get yourself out of that hole.
Kelly again, going strong on the leg side. And that one, I didn't see it, but by golly, it hit the boundary quickly because you could hear it on the fence.
There was a man there and almost spun right past him, I think. It picks up a half century there for Kelly.
Second half century of this Pembroke innings, and there's the shot, cracked away.
And it went so fast that I don't think the man on the fence had time to actually get down to get his body behind it.
He was struggling there all the way.
Maybe those 3 beers at drink wasn't the best idea.
This time, much better length from the bowler.
Yeah, good York with that one. Did well to dig it out. It's a bat breaker.
You can see that Kelly's looking to be very positive now. He's looking to take on the slower bowler.
Would he go down straight down the ground? not done that shot. That would have gone down leg, but it gets past the fieldsman here. They're going to get 4 for that. Down the third man. Good shot.
John Stewart unable to cut that one off. And 4 more runs to Kelly. And as I said, you can see the intent now is to score and score runs quickly by Kelly. Clips that one beautifully away, and then you'll see Stewart come into frame. And he sort of runs behind it, and it's always going to beat him there. He knew it, we knew it, and I suspect were it sentient, the ball would know it. Another one fired in at the legs. This time Kelly gets himself in a bit of a tangle.
Yeah, big puff of dust there at his feet. No bat involved in that one, but it was going down the leg side, so not even a half-choked appeal for that one. Gives himself some room now. Opens it up on the leg side. There is a man out there in the D, well, there was 2 of them actually. One of them just kicked it on past the other one so they can get 3 for 2.
And let you fetch it then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, another one goes through. Here it is again. End of the over. Kelly giving himself room, looking to play out over the offside if he could. But no, and he found the 2 men and they combined, shall we say, at best.
Yeah.
Fines committee will be looking at that one, I think. $179 for 6. Robin Kelly, 56, not out, leading the charge for Pembroke into the 23rd over now. 30 overs Pembroke have to reach 262.
Jack Tector now having a look. There's looks like there's about 3 guys on the boundary at the same spot there. Now they're
spreading out a bit now.
Yeah.
That would be really something else, wouldn't it? 3 guys standing in the same place. Well, he's lifted this one straight down. Oh, what a catch! Danny Hogan it was. Big mitt out over the fence.
He could be a keeper.
Yeah. Here it is again. See Tector getting it very high on the bat.
On the splice almost, wasn't it?
Went out, and there you can see, live action interfering.
Oh, he's trying his hardest.
Another one around the corner.
Trying his hardest to bowl
again.
him.
And Danny Hogan again fielding it on the hop with his left arm.
And the bowler can't believe that didn't get through his defences and crash in the middle. Really exposed his stumps there, didn't he?
He's not seen Jack play before then.
Nope.
Jack not too worried about where the stumps are or how exposed they are. This time, there is a man down there.
Won't be enough though. Oh, will it? No, he's gone over the boundary. Okay.
Paddy Morris on the book now, next to Ian from Randy Peets.
Right. Still not out of the over, and it's rocketed up to 193, the score. It's chose to go round a wicket now. Oh,
he's done it again. He is peppering. Now, anybody who saw the game against Merion will know that Jack just loves scoring runs. A bit like Theo Lawson in that respect. Scoring runs square the wicket on the leg side.
He's got a good eye for it.
This is the one that Danny's taken the catch.
Yeah, the top catch, yeah.
Another one, and this one has gone nowhere near where Tector wanted it to go.
It's completely to the top edge.
Niall was looking the wrong way. And they get through for 2, chasing it down.
Well, he's rocketed from 1 to 25, I think, into this over.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we've still got a ball to go, I'm assuming.
Going from wide around the wicket. That's
This
actually
one,
a no ball.
it's a 6.
And signalled a no ball. His back foot crossed the line, and Tector didn't care where his back foot was. All he cared was it was a full toss, and he put it away. 29 now to Tector. Now just watch the back foot here, James. It's the back foot, and it's the back foot by a long way. He's out touching outside that line, and the umpire immediately onto it.
Yeah.
And Tector was as well. 6 runs. Sitting in the clubhouse seems to be a dangerous occupation at the moment.
And it's another 6. Oh, no, it's a 4. Just didn't quite get the legs, but You really need to just have three team members down in that sort of 20-metre sort of spread, I think, at this stage. That's where he's targeting.
3 behind square on the leg side.
And he got out of that over with 32 runs.
Excellent over for Pembroke. Excellent over for Jack Tector. That last one, quite deliberate, lifting it down to the boundary. One bounce and into the hall.
And Rob Kelly's probably just gone over to him saying, well, thanks a lot, I can't get my 100 now. Maybe he's not saying that at all, but...
Well, earlier on, for the Randy Peets, Encore Singh scored 102 from 67 deliveries.
Did he just retire after that, did he?
He did.
Yeah, I thought so.
He just said, what else have I got to prove?
Yeah.
And also I'm upsetting the man in the garden. Which he was. 3 sixes in a row off Donica Tucker.
Yeah, they were big shots, but I think one of them, they were saying, went into his actual house.
Yeah.
So, I was scared the cat. Anyway, it is what it is.
There's a bit of Family Guy where Stewie and Brian are in a bank vault, and one of them lets off a gun, and the bullet ricochets around this bank vault for ages. And I just think that the cricket ball that went into your man's house is still bouncing around somewhere.
Yeah, all those very expensive Italian tiles now are all smashed and cracked.
Well, he's hanging around. He's doing his business. There's Sid, hero of the weekend.
And all of a sudden, you think this could be quite an easy win for Pembroke, the way they're going. I mean, hey, it's never over till it's over.
That's the great thing about this game, isn't it? It really does continue to thrill. Even in friendly games, you see something that you've never seen before.
Umpire just changing his bet.
Well, he's trying to put it outside off.
That's a 6 over the clubhouse.
He's trying to put it outside off and keep it away from Kelly, and Kelly is still pulling him to the leg side. Look at this
it's not
delivery.
going according to plan. I mean, how wide is this delivery? Look at that. It's almost on the blue line.
And it's almost over the clubhouse.
It does goes over the clubhouse behind it. It's actually in the, I think, the back storage area.
The gardens back there. It'll be a new ball. And Rob Kelly is sort of saying, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, pretty much.
As you can see, my note-taking diminished as the game went on. 2-2-2 for 6. Rob Kelly now on 66.
Where's Johnny Bell when you need him?
Lots of 6s on the board now. Who's the racing commentator? Has trouble with
Johnny Tapp. Super Sleuth. Sanfone Charlie.
Yeah.
666 to 1.
Well,
I don't know if that's Johnny Tapp, but I think that's what they mentioned in the Wide World. That's what
Wide
they're
World
talking
of
about.
Sports, isn't it? On the 12th man, Billy Birmingham, and his amazing career. Well, 2-2-4 for 6. 6 overs after this one. And Pembroke just 38 away from victory now. And the way Rob Kelly's batting. Tector looking for a second. He's not going to get it on this occasion. Yet. Rob Kelly now moves on to 69.
Giggity. And 6 and a bit overs to go. This could be a very exciting finish.
Well, seeing Jack Tector come in at number 8, when Randy Peets must have thought they were close to seeing through to the tail. And now they've gone for a change, moving away from the spin and moving back to pace. Left arm over. Tector through for the single. Well backed up.
Yeah, potential overthrows there, but that was a great bit of fielding to back that up. Throwing himself around on the ground there, the fielder. These guys are pretty quick between the stumps, so it'll take some good fielding to run them out.
Kelly again looking to that leg side boundary.
Even half interested in the run to the other end, but quite rightly, Jack's not having any of it. Sends him back.
So 24 overs gone, 6 to go now. Pembroke require 36.
Yeah.
36
Yeah,
off 6, 6 and over, runner ball. Do you think they'll play a runner ball?
The blood running the way it's going and adrenaline's up. Odds are not. Well, I certainly hope they don't.
No, we're enjoying this at the moment. I mean, it's certainly been a display of attacking cricket today. It's definitely been a batter's day.
Oh, for sure.
You know the next team that plays on pitch 2 will all be out for 37. What a lovely way today has been to break up the week. Up at half
great,
9 this morning.
Yeah.
Up at half 9 this morning.
Yeah, lucky you.
3.5 hour shower.
It's got a bath. Yeah.
I said 3.5 hour shower. I didn't. Quick shower and...
Yeah, might change your bowling now. Yes, bringing pace back on. They're
trying to pull themselves back into this game now. At one stage they had the rate up at about 10 and over. And then Jack...
Do we just change the target?
This one's a full toss and it's slapped down there to the fence again, and it's going to be another 6. Nice flat, hard 6 there, down to the square leg boundary. As you say, he'll get all his runs there if he can. He loves that area. So maybe that's a hint. Just bring everyone on the offside onto the leg side. He's not going to have anything on the offside.
3-6 field.
Or a 1-8 field or something.
Yeah.
1-9 field.
Yeah. And that one is at slip.
Yep. Well, that's the most conservative shot I've seen him play so far. Just works that way again on the leg side, out the square. Pick up a single. Gives Rob Kelly time to get it off Giggity and see how many runs he can squeeze out now. Can he get 100?
28 to go. So the answer...
Well, no, unless
he can, but
yeah,
it involves scoring every single run.
And not a few no balls. That's slapped out there.
Fielder,
extra cover.
Fielder in place.
It's the 1 run.
Umpire checking. 2 left in this over.
He's done a good job, hasn't he, the whole day?
Oh, he's been at both ends.
It's a tough gig to do that. Keep the mental toughness happening.
Well,
and this one just...
Again, he's finding the bench. This occasion, Danny Hogan not doing the fielding. 4 more runs.
And he's now sprinted along to 45.
He's not hanging around, is he? And he's playing it all with that shot. Just variations of that shot.
Yeah. Again.
I get the feeling that his drive on the onside up towards mid-on is actually him preparing to go down and sweep and then realising the ball's on him a bit quicker.
Yeah. They definitely need another man square.
Well, that one's going to run away. And
it's
that's 5 wides. And this is not the over that the Randy Peets were looking for.
I thought that might have been a bit generous there that he moved so far across, but it did go down leg.
How'd we send that message out there?
Yeah. Well, look. What he's saying is that the Randy Peets total should have been adjusted by DLS to 288. Niall being the acknowledged Pembroke expert on DLS, whereas Adrian Newey is the expert on DRS.
Right. Is it a loophole situation because it wasn't rain? We're not going to have DRS.
Yeah.
Sorry, Duckworth Lewis. Well, batters are doing well now. Kelly's moved on to 70. And Jack Tector now facing, he's on 47.
Well, that's
And
well
he
out.
may be on 48. He's just happy to have a single there. A rare shot to the offside.
Well, I think the bowler was like, please, anywhere but over there again.
Yeah. But he retains the strike. He'll be able to get, well, I'd be hoping to close this off in the next couple of overs, you'd think. They're happy just to rotate the strike at this stage and smack anything else that's remotely wide.
17 required?
Well, I don't think I know what I'm talking about. I think they're just happy to hit the living crap out of it.
Yep.
As you would.
Well, it's been some comeback because when we saw the batting from Randy Peets, we thought, wow.
Oh, it did. I thought, this is going to be a hard one to...
And also, there were 261 for 4 at the end of 30 overs. It hasn't been adjusted. But if they had another 5 overs, they'd have been 320. They were scoring so well at that stage. Nathan Stairs. Nathan Stairs is the skipper. I don't know which one it is.
So Kelly's just sort of stiffening up a little bit, maybe. Not enough gear. This one's hit straight back past the bowler. And it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 and bring up his half century.
Well, that's a lovely half century.
And that brings up to 250. Only 12 required now for victory for Pembroke.
Well, it's not often you can bring in somebody like Jack Tector at number 8. He'll win the game for you.
This one's weighted foot nicely and he's clubbed out to the crowd corner. That's not going to get picked up, or is it?
It is. Fine bit of fielding down there.
That's
will
great.
Save 2 runs.
Great effort there.
Nigel Poff expressing a wish to bring back our Australian commentators.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a great idea, Nigel, but unfortunately I think they're going to get some liquid refreshment and it's the last we're going to see of them.
We won't see them on air again.
No, they were very good.
They were very, very good.
Oh,
as I say,
nice slower ball there or something. He just didn't get anywhere near that.
Absolute pleasure for our viewers to hear different voices. Always welcome guest presenters. And those two, well, they were very good and had plenty to talk about as well.
Yeah, good professional commentators, those two guys. Been doing it for a number of years. Oh,
Yes,
thought
yes,
about it.
no.
Yeah, thought about it, but quite rightly, there's no run there.
Change of mind. 10 required now. 4-point overs to get it in.
So, the Randy Peets will be hoping to pick up at least one more wicket.
Now they'd love the wicket of Jack Tector. What a thorn he's been in their side, coming in at number 8, half century, and batting superbly well.
I think at this stage, just happy to stay in, get a red ink.
Red ink to go with the red hat. But Robin Kelly has played superbly. He's had moments of absolute belligerence and aggression, and then also deft touches too. It's been a fine innings from Kelly.
It has. He's really shown how to play a game, isn't it? That one's a bit... They'll get away with it.
That's one that could have been 4 at third man.
Yeah. Tried to parry that and just couldn't get near it enough.
4 overs to go, 9 runs to get.
And we're going to see another change of bowling. Can I get back to you? Here, where is it? Where is it? Where's the game? Oh, right, okay. What? Oh, yeah. Not really. I will, if I can. Okay.
We'll send a hot water bottle over to you, James.
Yeah, I'll have to build a fire or something, you know. set fire to the clubhouse and some fun of it.
I mean, the one advantage Railway does have over Pembroke, and I will say this time and time again, their coffee shop is very good.
Well, let's hope it's open tomorrow evening.
I stopped there on my way home, on my way down here today.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Made a diversion, see what it's like on the other side.
Absolutely. North Leinster were playing South Leinster over there in the under-23s. And
the snowshoes or just normal boots?
Just normal boots today.
Right.
Plenty of jumpers. Well,
there we go again.
There. Jack's going to put you there. I mean, that's an easy equation, and we've seen that a few times. So there's 4, and now just 5 required. And
yeah, I think
what's the betting on Jack putting this down to the team for a 6 this time?
Well, the odds, I think he might like to do that. That'd be a great way to finish. I think you need to bowl at about 9th stump. There you go. Thanks for coming. He's trying to kill someone in the crowd. And that's a 6. And that brings the end of the game. And it's all over, folks. What a chase.
Well. That is a good chase by Pembroke. At one stage they looked to struggle, but Bruce Whaley with a half century. Robin Kelly with 70. And now Jack Tector, the leader of the team, leading by example, and he scores 65. And between those 3 and the rest, Pembroke have reached their target of 262. They had 30 overs in which to chase it. They got there in the 27th. Well, it's been a fun, interesting game, and a game not without its controversy. And it had nothing to do with, well, it did have to do with the game itself, but there was drama.
Nothing to do with the 2 teams, really, was it?
No, and it certainly wasn't between the 2 teams. That game played in a wonderful spirit. Jack Tector, of course, will be delighted to get one over the Randy Peets. He's played for them. He spent a summer down in Sydney, in Coogee. And we thank you for tuning in today. Our next broadcast will be the women's first tomorrow, and then there's a couple of games on at the weekend, but do you know what? I don't know what they are.
Yeah, just
look them up.
Look them up. And
can't do everything for you. Many thanks to our viewer in Tennessee today.
Oh,
who got
absolutely.
In touch.
That was.
I hope you join us again. There will be a game on Saturday and on Sunday here. Our first team playing away from home this weekend. And there you hear the applause of the crowd and both teams as they shake hands and leave the pitch. A good game. Great to see Ollie Riley back playing again.
Yeah.
Bowled with a bit of pace. I'm sure there's more to come from that as well. But so, from a Pembroke point of view, very happy. And, of course, the first team captain came down for the last few overs. And you've seen just how well Jack Tector and Robin Kelly batted. So there you go, there you have it. James, thank you so much for stepping in at what was very much a last-minute thing.
No, pleasure.
And thank you too to John Stewart and to our other 2 commentators who filled lots of airtime and gave me a break. And thank you very much because our viewers loved it. And
it was very enjoyable.
Yeah, we wish the Randy Peets all the very best for their next game against the MCC on Friday in Castle Avenue.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you, everyone, and we'll leave it at that. Good night.